Alright.
Desha_Shep was first.
Desha. Easy first. Buh. Yo, what up, JP Tron? Had to tab over too. Wow. Impressive speed. We're lacking. All right. Never slacking. Okay. There's Tarnish Tool. All right. I would like to see... and this only got brought up because Aggie was doing a practice with Parky. And he was like, oh yeah, heavy is basically always better in almost all situations for the weapons you're going to use. And I was like, I don't think that's actually true. I think cold is actually really solid all the way through the mid game, and only at like very late does heavy take over by a bit. But I wasn't sure. So here we are to test. Yo, what up, Jude man? Part of that came from his explanation was incorrect about damage resistances, defenses stuff. Which, I mean, he probably got correct enough that, like, the principle was kind of there. But, so for example, if you look at this, where... If you look at the total here for the physical, you see 305 plus 446 is 751, whereas the cold is 250 plus 275 plus 188 plus 17, or in other words, 730. And so you're like, okay, what did I say, 751, something like that. Yeah, 751 versus 730, you're like, oh, they should do about the same damage. And they almost do. Not exactly, but I also go to, like, Gaius for this. Because I don't want something that's too weak to pierce and resistant against magic, which, Edred is weak to pierce and resistant against magic. Gaius, however, let me pull up the sheet. Gaius is... Frost, yeah, the Frost obviously is the thing that makes it better, but just, looking at this for now. Gaius is 20% on pierce, 20% on magic. So equally resistant to both. And you'd be like, ah, well then, it'll do 20% less damage because it's double applying a 20% resistance and another 20% resistance. But that's actually not quite true. We will take... We're just going to start with Gaius's AI off just so that I can hit it with the different things. Let me also get 2 anchors out so that I don't have to swap between. Rusted anchor, upgrade level 24. And then we'll also get another Savage Lion's Claw so that I can put that on the other one as well. Don't forget Sacred. Is Sacred a meta pick now? I thought Sacred was only good on Chicken Wing because of the bug. Or does Sacred scale the same as Flame Art? If so, then yes, I can try that. I was unaware. I guess I could just have a whole bunch of rusted anchors with different with different values. Sure, why not? Okay, let's just make 2 more Savage Lion's Claws. Let's just have a bunch of Savage Lion's Claws and a bunch of anchors. You like sacred sometimes. Okay. I didn't know how good the scaling was or wasn't. All right. So we've got our heavy, we've got our cold. We'll make a flame art. We'll make a sacred. Rusted Anchor was just a random pick because it's what they happen to have in the seed that they were testing. But if Rusted Anchor is not particularly good because... Oh, actually, Rusted Anchor has a higher scaling on this than other great axes. And actually, you should use this one instead because it's more standard. Let me know because I have no idea. I just randomly picked it because it was the one that Aggie and Parky were using when they... I don't know that there's any other one you would want to test at all. I guess just fire? I don't know if fire is like more representative than flame art. We have fire and we have flame art. Flame art with higher base and...
Good luck, Mitch.
Fire with higher scaling. Oh, the fire strength scaling applies to both the physical and the fire, whereas the flame art faith scaling applies to fire and strength scaling applies to physical. Interesting. I didn't know that's how that worked. And then sacred. Okay, sacred does scale the same as flame art. Yeah, it's actually exactly the same. Technically, it does one less for some reason, but it is just holy instead of fire. Oh, didn't know that. Okay, cool. No, then you're right. Sacred might just be better than flame art then. I think overall, for the majority of DLC bosses, holy is a bit better than fire. I mean, with obvious exceptions of like the sunflower, you get fire. You always get fire. You're not gonna go holy against sunflower. And I think there's one other that's like super weak to fire in the DLC. Let me double check. Romina, but it's not like that much weaker than everything else. Oh, Dancing Lion. Dancing Lion, you really want fire. Romina, you would like fire. Flower, you need fire. And outside of that, holy is good against all the remembrance bosses. Okay, anywhomst. The math is mathing. So currently I'm at 60 strength. Because the specific reason I'm at 60 strength is because that's kind of where it feels like reasonably like the strength kind of starts falling off. Technically, I maybe should be even testing at a lower strength, but I wanted to give heavy the best possible chance. So I'm giving it 60 strength for testing. Thank you for the hydrate. Red Bear 2, -20. Yeah, but then he's standing in water, so it's actually only -10 instead of -20. And, like, for a 10% difference, it's not worth the time to swap your weapon over. You know what I mean? Like, if it was worth it to swap your weapon over, I'll count it, right? It's worth it to swap on Lion. It's worth it to swap on Skadootree. It's not worth it to swap on Bear. It's not worth it to swap on Hippo, I think was the other one that's also -20 but standing in water. So, like, yeah, technically it's a little better, but if it's not worth literally my time of swapping my Ash of War over, then I'm not counting it as weaker to that. All right, so anyway, how much does heavy hit for? 991. And so you might say, okay, this cold one, which is basically the same AR. It's a little bit less. I think it was 20 less out of 721 out of 751 is, it's about 3% less AR. So you might say, oh, it should do 3% less damage. And it actually does a bit less than 3% less. It was 860. What was it before? I didn't make note of the previous number. Anyone know what number I just said from heavy? I can just hit him with the heavy one again, I guess. 860 versus 991. Whoo. So 860 into 991 is actually only does 86% of the damage. And the reason for that is defenses. It should do 97% of the damage, but it does 86%, even though he's equally resistant to pierce and magic because of the way that defenses work. The way that defenses work is basically the more damage you have, the less their defense affects you. And defense is not like it takes a number off the top. It's not like if they have a defense of 50, your damage is just lowered by 50. That's not how defense works. But how it does work is, if they have a defense of 100, and I don't know what Gaius's defense is, and you are doing about 100 damage, if they have 100 defense and you do 100 damage, you actually only do, let me double check the math sheet. You only do 40% of the damage. You actually only do 40 damage if you have 100 damage and they have 100 defense. But if you have more than 2.5 times their defense, so in other words, if you have at least 250 damage to their 100 defense, then you'll do 70% of your damage. So you'll do 70% of your 250. And if you have at least 8 times their defense in damage, then you'll do 90% of your damage. So if you did 800 damage, you do 90% of that. So you get a higher percentage multiplier for having a bigger damage in comparison to their defense. So by splitting your damage, instead of all physical, into into like 70% physical, 30% magic, or whatever it is, the physical number being a bit lower also makes you get a lower percentage on it, and the magic number being way lower makes you get a much lower percentage on that as well. So anyway. Sarah, you're being weird. You're about to get timed out. I'm letting you know. You're gonna get timed out in a second if you don't be normal. But I guess that's acknowledgement. Okay. So, that's the basics. That's the basic reason why most people are like, oh yeah, obviously heavy is the best. Because if I hit with a single hit of heavy, it's 991. If I hit with a single hit of cold, it's 860. Obviously lower. Let me try a single hit of fire. 1071. Holy, is he weak to fire? Gaius is a little weaker to fire. He's got 0 defense instead of 20. But still. Flame Art. 1101. Or Sacred. 1, 2, 3, 2. That's so good on Gaius. I mean, you're leaning away from heavy, or does that reaffirm you would run heavy? So we haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten there. I'm only explaining the setup so far. We haven't actually tested anything yet. So that's the basic idea, is out of all 4 of these, heavy feels the most universal. Fire and Flame Art, despite being split damage, actually do more damage than heavy because Gaius is a bit weak to fire. Holy does a lot more because Gaius is very weak to Holy. And Cold does a bit less, but has the benefit of if you hit him enough, you get a giant Cold proc. And now all of a sudden, I'm hitting for over 1,000 per hit. So once he's Cold procced, you can actually hit harder than Heavy does. That's your very, 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 very basic setup. Is what are the benefits to each? Heavy is universal. It doesn't really matter what the enemy's defense is. It's just, the goal is to just make one big number that gets above their defense. Fire and Flame Art scale actually quite nicely. I'm surprised. But most importantly, if they're weak to fire, can be really good. Sacred can be really good as well, because again, if they're weak to Holy. And Cold does generally less, but the Cold proc can make it actually do more. Damage is a ratio of AR to defense. It's a ratio of AR to defense times your damage in a calculation. There's a whole math formula for it. Very hard to just, like, put into words. Okay. So the real test is going to be actually fighting a boss and counting how many hits I deal to them before they die. How many hits does it take to kill them? Because that's the only thing I can really test. If you test by time, then depending on if they stall more, it's going to be different results. But simply hitting them and counting the number of hits will give us an actual comparison. Does split damage such as physical and magic multiply differently? Yes. Each one gets multiplied separately by their own difference between your damage and the enemy's resistance. Yes. Okay, let me see if I can find any boss that's, like, equally resistant to absolutely everything. You know what boss is equally resistant to absolutely everything? Sort of. Technically, it's a little less resistant to, non-physical stuff. The Falling Star Beast is actually equally resistant to everything. Because otherwise... Well, Romina is basically equally resistant to everything except for fire. Mesmer, not really. Gaius is really weak to Holy. Metter is equally strong against all the magic types. And weak to physical. I might actually go with Metter to see, because supposedly, or at least a claim that I have made or that others have made, is that the non-physical ones are actually better than heavy, and if they're better on Metter, where Metter is more resistant to the non-physical things, then that would, like, prove it, basically. So why don't I go do the whole Metter quest and then see. You move the timer under camera. Never know what your stats are when you test these things, except elements. Oh, you want to know my faith specifically? Or which thing are you looking? Because camera down here lets you see more of the stats there. Or was it stats here that... Because now you can see the AR there as well. You want that specific spot on the timer? Isn't Metter in water? I believe she doesn't actually count as in water. Even though she clearly is in water, I believe it does not count. The resistances sheet does not have the parentheses showing that they're in water. It does show Melania being in water. It shows Jory being in water. It does not show Metter being in water on the resistances sheet. Yo, what up, Wombat? So I think Metter is not in water? And starting cold proc also matters. What if she solves when frost proc? Exactly. That's why you need to test with an actual fight. Real fake wet. Yep.
It is an inland seeing that allow me.
All right, I have to do the Metter quest real quick. Metter floats above water, obviously. Technically, I only need to hit Metter once to show whether Fire, Flame Art, Sacred, or Heavy is better. I technically don't need to fully, like, fight her and kill her with it because the damage is all just relative. But for Cold versus whatever ends up being a good test for the others. Whoops. I die. I live because I have no death on. JK, just kidding. I'd like to turn on torrent, no death. Maybe I don't have that. Wait. Maybe it's already on. I don't know. Oh my gosh, healing torrent with no flasks. I believe Rolana's water and Melania's water works differently. Oh, where am I going? Rolana's and Melania's water work differently. Huh. How so? Yeah, I guess I'll just walk from the normal spot. Some water gives more lightning bonus. Oh, that I did not know. It's what I heard. Don't know. Well, so in theory, if we hit with Sacred and Flame Art, they should do exactly the same damage to Metter because she has the same resistances to both. And if they don't, then we'll know that she actually is standing in water. So either way, we can test it. Isn't Morgoth also in water phase 2? I think so. An issue with how this will be tested is that it's nearly impossible to have the stats of 60 strength and 60 faith at the same time when playing bingo. So all the infusions with the faith scaling will have more damage when anticipated. I will lower my strength when I do the faith scaling. That was only just kind of to show on Gaius, but it was silly anyway on Gaius because he's weak to fire and holy, so obviously they'd be good. So for Metter, who has equal resistances to them, I will just turn down the strength. Or, yeah. So I'll go Metter and I'll go Falling Star Beast, and I'll basically, that'll determine, oh, if a boss is more weak to elements, should you use an element? Yes, no. And if a boss is more weak to physical, should you use an element anyway? Yes, no. So if Heavy does better on Metter because it's all physical and she's weaker to physical, but Sacred and Flame Art do better on Falling Star Beast, then we'll know they're effectively even. They're effectively equal with each other. Whereas if on both Metter and Falling Star Beast, it's better to use Sacred or Flame Art, then it's like, okay, well, Heavy just sucks then. Get it out of here. And, you know, similar the other way. If even on Falling Star Beast, who's weaker to magic, Heavy still ends up being better, then we'll be like, okay, screw Flame Art and Sacred then. Taking into account Flame Grant Me Strength, which only affects physical and fire. Currently, no. But you're right, if you were doing Flame Art, you would get the extra bonus of Flame Grant Me Strength affecting the fire part. This is true. Don't stat scalings differ depending on weapons? Yes. I picked whatever weapon I saw Aggie and Parky talking about, and that's what I'm currently using, but you are right. In theory, you should test this with every single possible weapon. Oh, I turned on no death for enemies. Hold on. Enemies, you are allowed to die. There. Before I needed to do that. Okay, but now I would like Metter not to die, and I'm just gonna disable her AI. I'm just gonna make this real easy on myself and just disable AI. I could also... Oh, I can't really learn Flame Grant Me Strength while down here. I mean, I could, sort of, but... Okay, so let's start with Heavy as our baseline. Heavy will be considered the default, and we'll compare everything to Heavy. So heavy does 1486 on her chest weak point, which I assume has no difference. I think it's only... Does it actually do different damage? It does actually do different damage. 148. Okay, maybe I should test on not her weak point. Does anyone know how her weak point... What's different about the weak point, Hyperion? Do you happen to know? Is it like a flat multiplier on damage, or... A mushy chest is a bonus to stat up buildup. It also has a bonus to damage, though. 50% extra damage, poison, status buildup. As an exact 50%, not as like a defense difference. So 990 versus 1486. 1486 divided by 990 is 1.5. Yeah. With an extra 1 damage for some rounding up. But okay, so it's just a multiplier. So we'll just go with hitting her from the side just because. 990 versus Cold also doesn't care about the faith. 807, unsurprising. Versus, I need to take away some of the strength. Let's say in a game, let's go down to like 30 strength. I think is kind of reasonable for what you might have if you were going faith scaling instead. You probably would still get like 30 strength to be able to wield the weapon well. So let's just say 30. So sacred. 781. She is resistant. Flame art. 743. That's even lower. Maybe this does count as water. And fire. 668. Fire kind of trash. She does have her other parts at 0.8. Not sure what those parts are, though. I don't know. I think it's water. Fire scales with strength. Oh, right. Fire scales with strength. Sorry. I shouldn't have taken away the strength for fire. You're right. So back up to 60 strength for fire. You're so right. So fire. Redo. 794. So fire is still a bit worse than flame art and holy. Holy is basically what it should be without the water. So it's a 10% difference. It's not a full 10% difference, though, between holy and flame art. That's kind of weird. I wonder why that is. Because they look like they should be like the same number. But they're just not. Oh, well, whatever. Also, lightning. You would never go lightning on Anchor. You would never go lightning on a strength weapon. Lightning is dex scaling. It's like dex faith or something instead of strength faith. So you just wouldn't do that. I mean, you can test it if you want to use dex weapons, but this just isn't a weapon for that. Not enough rusted anchors yet. True. However, let's see how much damage we do once she gets frosted. Oh, wait for her to not be staggered, otherwise I'll also be doing the extra from her stagger. 969. Which is still less than heavy. Okay. Heavy infusion does what? Just increases the scaling from strength. And this was still with 60 strength. Okay. So in other words, against Metter, who is very resistant to magic stuff, heavy, undeniably the best per hit value. However, this does not actually guarantee the best fight. It does guarantee it's always going to be better than Flame Art, Fire, and Sacred. It 100% guarantees that. There's just no way for them to magically overtake Heavy when all they're doing is damage. But Cold still has a chance to actually be better in a real fight scenario because of the Cold procs. So we're going to undisable her AI, and we're going to try fighting her with Cold and counting our hits versus fighting her with Heavy and counting our hits. Now, this will be maybe not the greatest test because depending on whether I hit her in the stomach or not is going to give slightly different results, but... What's your AR? Because split damage versus defense sucks. I've got 6 Skidoo, which I don't feel like is... Or, sorry, 5 Skidoo level, which I don't feel like is very high. And then I've got a plus 24, and I've got 60 strength, which benefits Heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. $12, $13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Ah. Okay, stop. 31, 32. 33. 4. 35, 36, and so 37 would kill her. 37. Yeah, I'm using Tarnish tool as the practice tool. What did I just say? 37 would kill her? 37? Somebody write that down. Unless I said a different number, then write down whatever I actually said. Heavy with freeze grease is without rival the best though, right? Not necessarily, but perhaps. Are you link tarnish tool? Sure. 37 with frost. One. Ah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. It's sure looking like another 37. $36. And yeah, it would be 37 for sure. So 37 versus 37. The same number of hits, heavy versus cold. I need to test this also on AI off. So I need the AI on for this because the whole thing with Frost is that it's not just damage, it's also how it procs. Sometimes you'll get it more often, sometimes you'll get it less often. You know, the resistances, it goes away over time, but while you have it on her, you also deal 20% more damage. So if you get more hits on her while it's already on her, versus more hits while it's worn off, so you get another cold proc. Like, cold is very complicated. So, but yeah. The only point of that was basically to show you should take off Ritual Sword because you're taking damage that's slowing your AR. Yeah, but it's also bringing my health back up. But you're right, it's whatever. I did it because it's like, okay, this is a little bit closer matching. I didn't want to put on other talismans because, like, obviously, Rotwing is gonna fall off and, like, it's gonna completely mess up the results. But Ritual Sword, I was, for the most part, almost always waiting till I was at max health anyway. You're on pace for 35, 36. It wasn't from hitting her without Ritual Sword. That did not make any difference, no. Second phase, she probably gets slightly higher defense, if I had to guess. Most bosses do. As well as... I probably maybe just got less opportunities to hit her in the stomachy area. Depending. How much strength my character has? 60. 60 strength. Also 60 faith, but that doesn't matter. That's for if I want to test other things. Yo, Curiosity, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. So, the only point here, also doesn't Heavy just benefit even more on Anchor because of counter hits? That's actually a great point. The overall conclusion here to draw is cold is a hell of a lot better than people give it credit for. By people, I mean, I don't mean everyone. I think a lot of people know that cold is very good, but I think the bingo players have been like, ah, no, cold actually sucks. You should actually never go cold. It's actually very solid. It even up to 60 strength, which is high strength. It's past every soft cap because we're two-handing. Even with Rusted Anchor, which theoretically gets more benefit from heavy than others because of counter damage. Even at lower Skidoo, which actually benefits heavy because it's going to make our AR a lower percentage of their defense. Cold still perfectly matched with heavy. And, you know, it's an imperfect test. Meta is weird. Meta is meta. Now let's go by or let's go cheat into my inventory a bunch of freeze grease and see if we can make it actually better. So if I spawn a whole bunch of freezing grease, now can we get that number with heavy and a bunch of freezing grease lower? Well, I want this just in case. Gold is a decent option for bingo. Yeah. The only point there, so far, is to show that cold is better than people expect for bingo. Not necessarily that it's the best, not necessarily that it's better than heavy, especially in the late game. I do think heavy is better in the late game, but only that people sleep on it, and that even in the late game, it ain't bad. It ain't bad. It ain't bad at all. So that was the point of that test so far. Now let's do freezing grease and see if we can show up cold and be like, yeah, now we killed her in 30 hits. Look at all those hits we saved. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14. I don't think the 15th one hit. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. It's going to be 33 or 34. I think it's going to be 34. I have no death on, so she didn't die. I guess we'll call it 33. So 4 hits saved with heavy and freeze grease. Like barely, but we'll count it. Well, Mitch is on early, then I realized it's just late for you. Yep. Cold is better than Fire and Flame Art on this boss, at least. Yes, Cold is better than Fire and Flame Art on Metter, who is very resistant to them. That, yeah, it was a little unfair, but yeah. So that's... There we go. Your best bet on Metter is heavy with freeze grease, but your second best bet on Metter is Cold. And then Sacred, and then Fire, and then Flame Art. Fire and Flame Art being close enough to the same, I think. I think technically Flame Art could be better super late game because you could get both Faith and Strength, but whatever. All right. Alternative now. Let's say that you were going to fight something that instead of being very weak to physical and very strong against magic, you were going to fight something that was the exact opposite. You were going to fight the Falling Star Beast. Let's turn off his AI. Falling Star Beast is immune to frost, right? By lightning, no point on a strength weapon. You would never go lightning on a strength weapon. It wouldn't make sense. Okay, so heavy. It's for 805. Cold. It's for 735. Now I need to lower... Oh, no. I need to keep the strength for flame. Or fire. Anybody write those down? What was it? 805? 735? 861. Because he's weaker to fire. And now tone the strength down so that we're not double dipping on the stats. Flame Art, 795. Oh, that was one-handed. 847. And Sacred, 844. Everything but rot. Makes sense. Okay, did anybody write down those numbers? Because I said them and then immediately forgot them. Wait, 630. Oh, it's because I turned down the strength. Hold on. Most people stick with what works consistently, like choosing an affinity and changing it less often. It would be good to, because then every time you swap, it costs you time. Okay, so heavy 805. Cold 735. Fire 861. And then Flame Art was 847 and Sacred was 844. Okay. So against Falling Star Beast, obviously Cold is just bad because he's just immune to it. And it turns out, unsurprisingly, that the ones with the affinities end up better because he's less resistant to them. He's 35% resistant to everything physical and only 20% resistant to everything magic. So what have we learned here? We've learned that against the boss that's weaker to physical, physical is better. And against the boss that's weaker to magic, magic is better. Or elemental, I guess. The boss that's weaker to elemental, elemental is better. Was anyone surprised by this? Hopefully not. The only main point here is what a boss is weaker to is going to oftentimes depend more than, like, there's some mythical infusion that's just always better on everything. Truly groundbreaking, I know. Now, that being said, what's the benefit to heavy? Even if this guy is, oh, he's resistant to my great axe. Ah, it must be terrible, right? Well, the benefit is rock grease. The benefit is he's rottable, and if I have heavy, I can use a grease, and if I have fire, flame art, or sacred, can't. When boss weak, damage go bigger. Yep. It's not really groundbreaking stuff. I mean, I feel like this is, like, generally stuff that's known. But what you may not have known. Let me get a boss that's equally resistant to pierce and magic real quick. Looking through the list. Gaius works. Gaius is equally resistant to both. The specific numbers aren't always known, though, so it's still science. Yes. We are still learning things. What you may not have known is what happens if I turn your strength number down to something you'd have in more of the mid-game. Let's say 40 strength. I feel like that's still, like, a solid amount of strength. But not all of the strength. And let's go over and hit Gaius. If heavy averages being the second best at everything, it still might be the best. Might still be the best thing for everything. Right, heavy is still very, very good. 867 versus, okay, 782. We'll try even lower strength. I'm not sure we'll get to it on Anchor. I'm not sure Anchor ever has more damage at lower strength, but there are some weapons. 719. 779, so nope. Let me bust out a different weapon. What was the weapon that I was... There was a weapon, there was a hammer I was testing with. Was it just brick hammer? I think it might have been brick hammer. If I brick hammer cold... I believe you can actually get more damage out of frost than you can out of heavy at some strength levels. So we'll give it a heavy. And we'll give it a cold. So, Brickhammer Heavy. 741. Brickhammer Cold. Okay. 652. It wasn't Brickhammer. Either that or it was, and I was against a different boss. But I've seen Cold literally do more per hit, but I don't remember the exact scenario. I just remember it was with a hammer. I think it was against Edred. If I go up to 40 strength. Cold. 726. Heavy. 839. So, solidly different. Do you happen to remember, Hyperion? I remember you were in chat when we were looking at things. If there was a particular hammer that had super good cold scaling. I can't recall it. Let's trash we can try Holy Erdtree Dagger. Works like Holy Chicken Leg for some reason. I mean, that's not something you would actually use in bingo. I don't remember. You've been drinking all day. Fair enough, fair enough. I just remember there was a hammer that had really good frost scaling, and I can't recall which one. Where I was like, what the heck? Why is the number so high? What if I try it on Edred anyway? Because his defenses are probably lower. Heavy generally the best for strength weapons. I would say it's more of an it depends than a guaranteed yes. But I would say if you're just gonna slap one on and never ever think about it in your life for bingo, I would say heavy is probably your number one go-to. Just slap it on a weapon and never think. $839. 727. Yeah, it definitely wasn't Brickhammer. Can't recall. No thoughts. Only bonk. Maybe if I look at a hammer list, I can recall it. Great Hammer, Elden Ring. Maybe it was just Battle Hammer. I can believe it was just Battle Hammer. Brick Hammer does have good scaling on cold. Oh. It's on low skidoo. There was some way that I got a higher number, even when not frosted, on Edred with a certain hammer. And I cannot recall it. Do you mean high cold / heavy AR ratio or something like that? I just mean high AR when applied, when made cold. Like, it didn't lose that much AR. In fact, it actually gained AR in total, and the split was decent enough that it actually did more damage per hit. I just can't recall. So, let me go for Battle Hammer. I think is possible that it could have been it. All right, let's see. Can tabulate any weapons scalings on several websites you could check. Okay. Heavy 818. Old 730. Nah. They're all getting around the same ratio of damage down. It's all... I don't know. Maybe I hallucinated it. I'm pretty sure I recall finding some combination of stats, skidoo, weapon, and maybe even trinkets, although I don't know how that would matter, where I was able to actually hit Edred harder with Frost than with Heavy, but I'm not finding it now. Regardless, if you are not willing to buy greases, if you don't have the money to buy greases, cold is actually much better in the early game. So I'll show it here real quick with just showing how many hits it takes for Edred to die with cold versus how many hits it takes for Edred to die with heavy. Where we currently have 40 strength. Well, I mean, early, let's go for 35 even. Let's go for 35 strength to show early-ish. And chance the run had int because so cold was scaled with int? No. It was definitely low, regular int. This class that I started with for testing was 9 int. I should have started with Wretch, which has 10, but whatever. Number of hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. He's still alive. So 22 would kill him. He's at 0, but it's... yeah. 22. Versus... was Mitch commentary? He's on a mission right now. Yeah. Why is you were commentating bingo, Aggie versus CBD? Well, I also want to... I don't know that I have too much time to commentate bingo, just because I want to also finish the Convergence mod, but then I also need to get my Sekiro run ready for this weekend, but then I also need to practice AB4P for this weekend and for SGDQ coming up. So I've got some stuff on my plate, but... versus heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, not dead yet. 23, maybe? 23 or 24. So the point being, if you're not going to grease, as a general rule, cold is actually better. It's definitively better at earlier levels at lower strengths. It just kind of wipes the floor with heavy at lower. And even at high levels, even at 60 strength, cold is equally good if you're not going to grease. And heavy is better if you're going to grease. That's the overall net end result is cold is basically always better if you're not going to grease. Significantly better early. And heavy is better if you're going to grease. I think that's the, you know, kind of conclusive end result. I don't like heavy as much personally, and that's just a personal thing, not a everyone should not like heavy. I don't like heavy as much as cold because I don't like going back to grease so often. I don't like having to spend all my money on getting greases. I don't like having to try to reapply them in fights. I don't like the animation time that it takes out of starting the fight. I don't like using greases. Is anyone surprised? Hates consumables guy right here saying I don't like consumable. But yeah, I only go back to Calais twice in the whole run. Once early, once I have enough money to get my build halfway set up, and then a second time only once I have enough money that I can buy everything else for the rest of my build all at once, so I never have to go back a third time. And because I only go back twice, I don't buy grease. I just buy enough that I can do everything else, and so I will often go cold, and I'll buy sacred. I'll go cold for anything that is not immune to cold. You can still just go heavy naturally from Savage Lion's Claw. And obviously I'll go Sacred if I'm doing Deathrite Bird or PK or something like that. Learn to test Bloodfiend's Arm with the bonus arcane scaling on greases and or the splash damage doing an additional 80% status buildup and extra poise. Nope. Because that's a specific weapon. This is general advice. On Bloodfiend's Arm, we kind of all know what the proper thing is. It's Sacred or Flame Art, I think. Because those are both bugged. So I don't think anything else matches Sacred or Flame Art for Bloodfiend's Arm. There doesn't seem to be an obvious jump in cold heavy AR ratio, but Hammer, Morningstar, Stone Club Pickaxe, Battle Hammer, Rotten Battle Hammer, Curved Great Club have a ratio above 1.04, almost up to 1.06. Other hammers have 1.03 and below. Cold heavy AR ratio. Oh, okay, so those would be the worst ones for, or the best ones for cold. I don't know exactly what you mean, but I feel like if I could win with consumables, I could also just win by getting better. True. Upholding the cold propaganda is our top priority. It's a choose what you want, but it's a, if you are not going to grease, heavy is not really better. If you're going to grease, that's the benefit of heavy. Heavy is the greaser choice. Cold is the I just want to put something on one time and forget about it choice. And then Fire, Flame Art, or Sacred are the I'm specifically countering whoever I'm up against choices. The only problem with these is they end up scaling with Faith, so it's like... It's more like look at the board and go, wow, this whole board is really weak to fire. Well, I guess if it's weak to fire, but you are going strength, you can just go fire instead of Flame Art. But if it's all weak to fire and you notice right away, you could go Flame Art. Lightning doesn't... Let me show you lightning. Let me show you what lightning does. So if I take my brick hammer and I make it lightning, look at the scaling. It goes from a strength scaling weapon at A, that's pretty good, to a dex scaling weapon at B. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Look at the numbers on it. Those are low numbers. Like, lightning just is mega bad for a strength weapon. There's no reason to ever go lightning on a strength weapon. So, yeah, I would never, ever, ever recommend that. Like Putrescent Knight, yeah. Like my favorite Anvil. Anvil doesn't have infusions, so. Almost a continuous curve, and the range is from 0.96 to 1.06 between the best and worst hammers, so... but... You just said a ratio. A ratio of what to what? I need to know what ratio you're talking about. You're saying that on average, cold has a higher total AR than heavy, but only by around 3%, 4% on average, maybe? And so the mixed damage makes it lower? Cold heavy AR ratio. Ratio of what to what, though? There's a big difference between 1.04 cold to heavy or 1.04 heavy to cold. I guess you're saying cold over heavy. I think you're saying specifically that. Cold, like, you're using the division symbol as opposed to just dash, as opposed to just like, oh, it's the ratio of cold and heavy. I assume is what you're saying. And you're saying total AR... cold over heavy, and you're saying total AR if you added together the physical and magic, is what you're saying? And are you saying at a specific strength number or a base? Cold AR divided by a heavy AR, cool. Are you counting scaling into that, or I don't know, that's the thing, is like, you just gave me one number for like a big complicated like sheet of things, and I'm just like confused. 54 strength soft cap. Okay, thank you. Now I understand better. Cold AR divided by heavy AR at 54 the soft cap. Cold is on average a higher total AR, but because it's split damage, it ends up being worse in most cases. Unless, watch me make it better. I'm just gonna watch me make cold suddenly better. Probably than heavy is. Ult should be lower because we all know simply from watching campfire lit candle heat rises. So true. All right. I just set my skidoo up to 70 because why not? 1, 2, 2, 3. 1, 4, 5. Okay, that didn't do it. I was expecting some way that I could, actually, at this much strength. Hold on. What are the totals here? It's 1. Oh, no, this just straight up has lower AR. Brickhammer is just actually lower AR. Are you higher? Yeah, Battle Hammer is actually, I think, a tiny bit higher. 1406. 1214. Nah, can't get it. Can't find it. If there's a way, I don't know it. Here for the cold propaganda. I don't think we're getting there. I don't think we're getting there. I think it's only better because of the cold. I don't think we're getting to where cold suddenly outdamages even before the cold proc. I don't think we're getting there. Even with two-handed sword talisman. And axe talisman. And doing a charged R2, which does 2665, versus a charged R2 that does 2869. We're just not getting there. It stays so close. Like, it's always so close to being the same. And obviously the cold makes it overall better. But it's just not there. Our cold propaganda is not gonna work. Heavy does still hit harder on a single hit. This is so sad. What do the numbers actually look like, assuming one got int levels for a square? Well, you don't get int levels in the DLC, but sure. Let's cheat and give ourselves a bunch of int as well, just for the silliness of it. Let's just give ourselves 60 int. Surely with 60 int, we can make cold actually hit harder. I don't need the numbers. I believe in the cold. So true. $3037. 2869. So yes, with enough int, cold can in fact hit harder than heavy. And have the free status, where you don't even have to grease, it's just got status, and the status buildup on it is pretty huge. Cold! But what if we upped the strength to 99? How hard can heavy hit at 99 strength? 3242 compared with cold. 3270. So cold does win at max stats, but like barely. Okay. 1% better. Yippee! Which one is the current go-to / meta for bingo? It's up to you. According to Aggie, always heavy. According to me, I like cold more. According to Blank's Flame Art. According to Tom, I think heavy or sacred. He likes sacred sometimes. So there's no consensus. But the main thing from our testing is, honestly, all of them are pretty good. It doesn't even matter that much. It doesn't even matter that much. Okay, but let's say... in actuality, let's not be too silly with it. Let's go 80 strength. So let's say you were like over capped, and I could either go to 80 strength or I could start putting my points into int. So if I went 80 strength, I could hit for 3086. If instead I put those extra points, so 80 minus 54 is 26. I could put the 26 points into int, giving me 36 int. Okay. And cold would still be a little bit worse. So cold only really catches up in the ultra late game where strength just like doesn't matter anymore. In terms of raw AR. The stream sponsored by Big Cold. Yes. 80 strength is not too rare in the DLC. Right. You could get there. Should you? This would be a very silly, you know... it'd be a very silly stat distribution to go 80 strength without having, like, a bit of endurance for nice armor, or a bit of vigor, or obviously 25 faith for Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength. But you could do that, so... so the conclusions remain. The conclusions remain. Cold is your best if you never want to grease ever. As just a generic, I just want something I don't have to grease, and I can just keep it on for the whole DLC. Do swap it out for anything that's immune to cold, but anything that's not immune to cold, cold is your best non-grease. Heavy is your best in all cases if you're willing to grease. Sacred, Flame Art, and Fire are all very solid, and if an enemy is weak to it, you should use those over heavy or cold. But only if the enemy is weak to them. Otherwise, it seems that heavy is the best with grease, and just, like, as good as the others otherwise. And cold is the best with no grease. That seems to be the conclusions. 80 strength and nothing else, just pure power. Heck yeah. I see way too many times Gray went with 80 strength instead of incant buffs. I know, and it literally makes no sense. Here, let me Why don't I show that real quick? Let's give myself Golden Vow Incantation. Give myself Flame. Flame. What? Is it Flame Dash? No. Grant. Oh, it's Flame, comma. So when I did Flame Space, it was confused. Okay, Flame grant me strength. I've got more than enough faith. What is it called? Finger Seal. I need that. As well give myself some endurance just to not have to worry about that. Okay. So heavy battle hammer. With 80 strength. Hits for 1749. If I take away 15 strength, giving me to 65 strength, and put that 15 into faith, so that I can cast Golden Vow, Flame grant me strength. Did anyone write down the number, by the way? I hope someone did, because I was not paying attention. I hit for 2,308. $1,749 before. Yeah, a little different. It's a little bit different, I would say. I would say that's a little bit different. And then once Flame Grant Me Strength wears out, which will happen in a little bit, we still hit for 1923, still significantly higher. All the way for the full 80 seconds. Waiting, waiting, waiting. It lasts for a while. Golden Vow lasts for a really long time with the incantation. Ah, there we go. Finally, it wore out, where we now hit for 1672, which isn't even like that much lower, right? 1672 to 1749. That's a difference of what, 77? Whereas the difference between the 1749 and the 2300 is like over 500 difference while the buffs are up. So yeah, I mean, I don't think you guys needed me to even show that. Like, it's obvious. There is never a reason not to go Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength. It is just always strictly significantly better. 100% of the time, it is significantly better. The only argument is, wait, there's a square I need to go for this exact second, so I don't have time to go back to Kale. Then it's like, all right, fair. You should get it after that square then. But if you ever go back to Kale, and it's in kind of the late game, and you don't buy Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, you're doing it wrong. Much more damage extra than Greases. Much more extra damage than, you know, trying to do some sort of shenanigans with Infusions. That's the real OP that people are sleeping on slightly. Only thing is a trip to Kale and time it takes for equipping stuff, but if you go buy Greases anyway. Right. If you're gonna either buy Greases or you're gonna buy Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength is better. You get to use it for every single boss. It only costs a total of 35k. That's as much as 3.5 Greases. Like, and you get it for the rest of the game. Yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer. There is no contest. I'm hearing more damage equals better. Interesting. Interesting. Resident Eeper right here. There is maybe an argument, like, depending on how much strength you have. Like, if you had, like, you know, 25 strength, and you could get 15 strength versus Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength, I could see the strength being better. But once you're above, like, 40 strength, it's definitely better to get Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength. Eepers unite. But tomorrow, because I'm Eepy. Oh, and, like, not too early in the morning as well, because I don't do well with getting up in the morning. So anyway, there's your overall math for the day. Caught me, bro. I'm not a morning person. I think the only people that are morning people here in this stream are people in, like, Europe. If you're in the US and you're in this stream, you're not a morning person. It's just guaranteed. Okay. Any further questions or things that would behoove us to test? Any, like, but in this scenario, actually, this is super good. Because I feel pretty happy with our conclusions. Heavy if you're willing to grease. Cold if you're not. Sacred, Flame Art, and Fire are all very solid choices for specific weaknesses. But I probably wouldn't overall use over Heavy or Cold. And Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength is the GOAT. Could you give me the explanation of how cold and fire interact regarding status procs? I've heard people talking about. If they are frost procced from cold, and then you hit them with anything that does fire damage, it will take away the cold debuff on them. Which has a downside and an upside. The downside is the cold debuff makes them take 20% more damage, so you're losing out on that 20% more damage. The upside is, if you take away that cold debuff from them, you can start building up a new cold on them sooner, and when the cold happens, it does a burst of damage. So if you clear it, you can get more bursts of damage, whereas if you leave it on them, you can get more damage on each of your hits. That's the interaction of cold and fire. If you want the advice on what you should do, you should never, ever, ever worry about it. It is never worth it to clear the cold buff. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. If it naturally gets cleared by something like Blood Fiends, that can be fine. It can increase your damage by a little bit, but even if you only have to do one attack where you have to swap weapon and hit with something else and swap back, the time it takes you to swap weapon and swap back will lose you more damage than the amount of damage gained from trying to, like, do this difference where you're trying to get more procs and less hits with the status up. It will never, ever, ever be worth it to reset fire or reset cold with fire unless you have, like, a specific script that needs it. And you've mathed out, actually, they'll die on exactly this hit if I do it this way. But yeah. Often use a frost bleed weapon. You could theoretically power stance that with a fire weapon, but as I say, not worth. If you're power stancing, I think it can be fine. I think it can be fine if you're power stancing. I mean, it's never worth it to switch to get rid of it. If it gets rid of itself naturally through your build, that's fine. It can work. But if you have to do any extra work to get rid of it, it's never worth it. Frost maxing, I suppose. Who do you think I fell asleep on to be a morning person? No. We can't. We can't. We can't be morning people here. We have to stay up late. Or if the enemy is extremely weak to frost status. They have to be weak on their, like, 5th time having it applied to them. Which, let me look through if there are any in the DLC I don't know how the frost resist works in the DLC. It's not showing me the increase for every time that they get frosted, but I'm sure that they do. Is it like a percentage? I don't know. It would have to be after already having frosted them several times that they're still not that resistant to the frost, even on like the 5th time getting frosted, which would be incredibly rare, I think. What's the event this weekend? It's not GDQ yet, right? Well, GDQ hotfix happens like every single day, so it is a GDQ hotfix event. All right, let's go over to Convergence mod, because I think we've learned enough. Sometimes your stream is still going when your wife wakes up here in the East Coast US. Could have early morning people then. I guess so. I guess the end of the stream could have early morning people. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. It's not the big GDQ. Yeah. It's a Souls event that will be happening. Mod slop. Everything is slop. Oh, let me just close Tarnish Tool because I don't want that. What time were we at last night? 22:05, I think. Let me take a look. Videos. That's the wrong one. Oh. I think... Slop is pretty yummy. Sometimes you ever had cinnamon apple oatmeal. Is oatmeal even slop? I mean, it's got the consistency of slop, but... All right. Finding it, finding it. I mean, it doesn't matter too much if our exact time matches, but I'm pretty sure it was 22:05. Yes. Yes, it was. All right, 22:05 will be our starting time. Launch. 22:05. Oh. I'd say oatmeal is slop, but that's because I like the idea of it being slop. It's like the good slop. OBS show. Physically slop, but not literally slop. Yeah. The one was with Flaming Strike, one was Chilling Whisk, so there were additional buffable, which is good for fast weapons like straight swords. Oh, you had a, like, resetting frost build? Yeah. Okay, OBS, would you like to show Elden Ring? There we go. Hooray! Let's go. Delicious, delicious slop treat. I guess we could also change the title back to what we had from yesterday. All right, and we were going to find Placidusax. We were on a quest. Slop. For the rings to converge once more. Yes. Gotta converge. Oh, not this. There's like a guy in a side room. Old Nagakiba carried you through most of your Elden Ring playthrough. I mean, yeah, solid pick. Give maps. I expect Plassey is just not going to be changed, but... Whoa! That's a boss I haven't found yet. Oh, God. How do I get there? Whoa! Ancient Dragon Lanciax. That's a different Ancient Dragon. Okay, well... Dragon Lord Placidusax too? How do I find these places? Okay, so supposedly Plassey is out to the left here. Supposedly he's like there, but it's probably a teleporter to him. So, oh my God, this I already got lost 17 times in Farah Missoula. And you're telling me there's more? Oh, I haven't gone this way yet. Yeah, this is new. What's getting lost 18 times? Yeah. Whoa. Elder Grave Glovewort. All right. Dees? How low is your mind to have that much FP? Don't worry about it. Who needs mind? Mostly it's from one of the buffs that I have on. It causes my mind, or my FP to be lowered by 75%. So. FPR is huge, bro. Thanks. Scared of how big it is? Yeah. Might be too big, actually. It's... This one Banish Knight looking out wistfully is actually vanilla. Surprisingly. I remember he would try to mess up our zip. In the early days, we did exactly one zip. We went around Godskin Duo and we zipped from here to Malekith. Back before we found all the zips. It'd be very funny if this mod was built on an old version of Elden Ring where you could still zip. Surprisingly, nothing over here. No new path this way. Zip. Anything else here? Nope. Okay, surely up here, though, is a brand new path that I haven't been. Oh, it's looking like it. This looks new. Hello. Die. Yo, what up, Quinter? Oh, does this just... Don't tell me this just loops back to a place I've already been, where I've now unlocked it. It does. And that's just a shortcut to where I've already been. Ain't no way. How do I get anywhere? Oh, boy. Perfect timing on that madness proc. I'm getting madness procs IRL for sure. It's not like we can go down there. And that's already been. Okay, maybe it's like from here you go like this way, which goes out this way, which goes to here, which goes around here, which ends up there, which ends up continuing around around the outside over to here. Actually, I can probably just go from here to here. That's one thing I can probably just find. I don't think I've gone through here normally on Convergence, so this is all new to you. Normal, well, like, have you gone through this place at all? You just, like, teleported to the end? Nobody has ever wanted to fight Plassie as much as I do. Nobody has ever wanted to fight Plassie at all, but I gotta know. I gotta know if there's a difference. Okay, ladder here. Some massive skips you can do with some of the stuff. Ah. Think you would have something, but maybe. Nope. Okay, that is what I expected. I expected nothing, and I'm still disappointed. Water mage, yeah, it's ow. Woo! Don't like those guys. It's the Clean Rot Knights. Aha! We found the entrance. Do you think there's a Grace nearby? I'm not currently in a Stake of America, but I might be when I walk in. I suppose walking back isn't that long either. Clean Rot Knight, actually clean, not rot. We went from Rot Knight to Clean Knight. This one gives you the Clean Rot Night Sword earlier than the end of the game. Maybe. I don't think I've seen it yet. Where do you get it normally in base game? It's just a Clean Rot Night? A Clean Rot Night that can summon an Ancestor Spirit. I mean, kind of neat, but very bullyable. Radiant Rune of the Ancestors. Well, let's see what this is. Vapor Wave, Spirit Siphon, Spirit Weaving, Dream Melt. I'm expecting that's going to be the legendary spells. Legendary Enchantment. Effect never expires. Increases all magic damage you deal by 10%. Increases casting speed by 50%. And improves the effectiveness of roll dodges, but lowers all absorptions by 10%. Okay, if you're a caster, I can see it. Spirit Weaving. Increases all absorption by 20%, grants 10 HP recovery per second, and grants additional stamina recovery, but increases the FP cost of spells by 35%. When cast, this affects self and all allies. Okay. Indeed they were. Legendary spells. I wonder if there's... I should try out, see if I can have 2 legendary enchantments on at the same time. My just assumption is no. I think instead of being aura, body, and so on, I think they've called buffs like offensive buffs, legendary enchantments, and like things like that. Like, if I look at what I'm currently using, this is called an offensive enchantment. This is called a weapon enchantment. This is called a legendary enchantment. Oh, also there's a second legendary enchantment. Oh, this one sucks, though. Immunity to Madness increases all fire damage you deal by 10% and causes madness buildup to any enemy within 5 meters of you. However, lowers all absorption by 15%. Yeah, much less interesting than this super cool one. You can have an enchantment of any one type, so like it's legendary, perpetual, offensive, defensive, and a signature. This makes sense. But legendary is different than legendary perpetual. So that's why these legendaries are good, because they're not perpetual, so you could stack them with what you currently have, I guess.
Good luck, Mitch.
I guess that makes sense then. So that's why these are good. Even though they should be bad if you can stack them. Do I have a defensive enchantment? Signature enchantment. Oh, grants 8 stamina recovery, increases the holy damage of weapons by 8%. This effect never expires. Recast to toggle the effect. Does not stack with other blessings. I mean, that's pretty cool. 57 faith. Another signature. Oh, signature is specifically the ones that work with this Elden Benediction thing. Ah. So power is pretty solid, just stamina recovery. FP and increases the holy damage of spells, don't care. Signature grants 7 HP recovery per second, increases max equip load by 20%. That's also pretty good. And I actually do have enough stats for that one. Okay, I need to find Lanciax. I'm going to try going from here this way and see if we can find him. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Okay, so first of all, I don't need that ever. And then I can just have this perpetual signature on. Where I can always recover more health. Just checking. Stacks with this. Stacks with this. Stacks with this. Yeah. More HP recovery. Yippee! Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. You know, do I have those? No. I have, like, no flame spells. I've got frenzy spells. I could go to where Flame Grant Me Strength normally is and see if it's there. Just exploded as I walked by him. Does not look entirely familiar. It might be familiar, but... looks like where an elevator would be. I don't see a lever to bring it back down, though, if so. Oh. But I can... Okay, that just kind of circles back. Hold on one second. I forgot to open something. There we go. Now I won't get randomly tabbed out of Elden Ring for no reason. Want me to avoid Mitch if you see him casually walking the street? What? No, I'm so friendly. The glowing orb of fire where my head used to be is It's just a fashion statement, really in these days. You wouldn't judge a guy for his sense of fashion, would you? Okay, so it's like on here somewhere. Oh. Perhaps up or perhaps not up. Perhaps up. Some people just have glowing orbs. It's no big deal. Oh. What damage type did Alablaster do again? Slash. In base game Elden Ring, at least. I assume it's the same in this mod, but... Slash with R2s, standard with R1s. Back here? Nope. Yo. What up, Shiny Moogie? Only a fire damage boosting incant. Don't remember which of the flame prophet runes it consumes, though. Flame prophet rune. I don't even know about this mechanic. I have, like, no fire spells yet. Oh, wait. Aha! There's Lanciax. Okay, I just actually walked right by him and continued on and missed him. How's the mod been? Fun. A lot of cool new stuff to explore and try out and... It's everybody's favorite, Lanciax. At least it's a kind of nice arena for him. No, super uneven stuff. Lanciax's glaive. Yippee! Okay, so There's another exit. Maybe this will take me to Plassey. Ancient Dragon might be loathed. Yep. I would totally believe that one Ancient Dragon leads to another Ancient Dragon. And I think I might be right. Any of the fights so far have been difficult? Not like difficult, not like super difficult, but a few definitely have had some challenges. A few have been some tough moves, some timings that have thrown me off, some high health pools, high damage. Wait, no, I've been here before. Haven't I? Maybe I haven't. Maybe I have. This feels awfully familiar. Whoa! Okay, but that I have not been to. Okay. On all cakewalks, good to know, yeah. I mean, anytime it's kind of unchanged from a standard Elden Ring boss, I'm just kind of... I'm gonna be fine because I know how to fight the regular Elden Ring boss, so like... Give me all the crafting materials, even though I'm not going to craft with them. I must collect. Okay, teleporter. There's just another location fair that looks pretty similar. That makes sense. Foot of the Jagged Peak! Well, we're no longer on the lookout for Plassey. I guess we're on the lookout for Bale. Vile Bale. Well, I guess let's go up first and grab the Grace. I suppose that kind of checks out. Yeah, that actually does kind of make sense. Monkey brain go burr, pick up shiny. Yes. My monkey brain is activated by all the things. Ever go through with the idea of having a secondary weapon upgraded just to kill mobs? I did not go through with that idea. Should I get more arcane just to try out more things? Just get all the stats to 40? I mean, I suppose I could at least get it to 10. Or I could get Dex at least to 15, because that looks like a nice round number. Why not? We'll round off our numbers. Pick up items. Never use. Only pick up. Looks pretty unchanged so far. Sure do love the fire. All right. To riposte during the fire. And just for the heck of it. What a sight. Did it always have the... This feels like so much health for the... I thought the side one died in like 5 hits. At least we got to hear some more Egon speech. Instead of just walking up and punching him to end it early. Egon's story is maybe the one happy ending in the whole game. I mean, he can have a happy ending because he's already had his sad ending. He like still dies, but at least gets to achieve his revenge. Thank you. Or they gave Egon new moves in the mod. That I doubt. That I would not bet on. That's a splendid ending for a Drake warrior. True. How's Mom treating you today? You enjoying it so far? I am enjoying it, yes. Alright, what did they replace Skidoo tree fragments with? A legendary. Primordial Shadow Smithing Stone. That sounds pretty good. Senesax just gone? Oh, there's a teleporter. Wait a minute. Wait. What if this teleports me back to Placidusax? Now, this is looking more like it would go to Mogwin Palace. Or, no, Shadowkeep with this guy? Enter Memory. That's like on vacation. Ritual Amphitheater. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, whoops. I forgot to re-equip my main buff, but... It's Gundyr! Now I'm madnessing, though. Woo! Whoa! Melania grab. Aha! Phase change. Okay, not sure what's going on here, but... Okay. Who's this guy? This is Scorched Right Keeper of Rao. Woo! Little Mesmer, maybe? Easy first try. Legend. Felled. My regen is insane? Yep. I'm kind of a regen build. I mean, that's all you really need. You know what I would like? And I don't expect this mod to have it. But some sort of spell, set bonus, weapon, something where I could give up all of my flasks and just only have passive regen. I mean, I kind of could already do that. I could just not use flasks, but... Ow. Rude. But, like, have that be, like, part of the set. Is, like, literally, it's just like, yeah, you just don't have flasks anymore. You'd better passive regen enough. Like, I think that would be kind of fun as a playstyle. They do have armors for all one runs. I have seen that. So... Oh, Manifest Jewel. Whoa. Getting many effects favored by flame prophets, by Vulcanists, by blood initiates, by frenzied zealots. I'm kind of a frenzied zealot right now if you think about it. Int and Faith increased by 3. When the enemy is affected by madness, their stance will be broken. This ability can only trigger once every 2 minutes per enemy. The higher the amount of madness buildup on yourself will increase your fire damage by a parallel amount up to a maximum of 15% increase. You are immune to madness. When you cast a spell or perform a weapon skill that would build madness on you, you gain 25 HP and 7 FP. Casting non-frenzy spells is disabled while equipped. I mean, that's a lot of really cool effects. The only problem is, I don't actually deal fire damage right now. I mean, I could swap back to a fire weapon. I could go full frenzy. I'm a frenzied zealot for Midge. Yeah. You guys, I'm trying to make a very important decision here. Can you all just... I guess I'll just walk through them enough times that they all do that eventually. Yeah. This is pretty silly. I want to see what all the other ones do as well. Constant Frenzy build, does that mean you get the HP regen constantly? I don't know. That's the question. I'll probably pick that one just to try it out, like, because I already have mostly Frenzy stuff that I'm trying out, but I want to at least read what the others do. Consider swapping my build. So Vulcanist, whenever an enemy is hit with a magma pool generated by you or your allies, you recover 5 HP and 1 FP. Okay. While Embrace the Devourer is active, I'm assuming that's a buff that they have, every 5 spells or magma weapon skills you perform is considered killing an enemy. Okay. So apparently magma has killing enemies bonuses. Does my bonk ever have bleed buildup? It does, yes. While Living Forge is active, if you have 5 heat charges, it will now require 2 staggers from enemy hits to remove your heat charges. Okay. Sounds cool, but I don't know. Jewel of the Forge. The duration of all immolation effects you apply is increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. Every 3 applications of immolation you apply will trigger a combustion on the enemy, causing a burst of extra fire damage. Cyclopean Prophecy will no longer cause damage to you. The radius that enemies take ongoing damage from Cyclopean Prophecy is increased from 5 to 15 meters. The ongoing damage from Cyclopean Prophecy becomes increased based on how close an enemy is to you, up to a maximum of 200% increased. Casting non-Giant's Flame spells is disabled while equipped. Casting non-Magma spells, casting non... This one's Blood Flame. HP cost of spells is reduced by 50%. Oh! Blood spells cost HP. That's actually cool. When an enemy dies in your vicinity, the HP and FP cost of spells is reduced by 100% for 7 seconds. Blood Flame Blade is now permanently applied to any equipped weapon if no other weapon effects are present. Casting non-Blood Flame spells is disabled while equipped. That actually sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool, but I gotta go for Jewel of the Mindless. Making it so that if I madness an enemy, they immediately get their stance broken. That's pretty good.
Redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Oh, tails, it never fails. The higher the amount of madness buildup, increase your fire damage up to 15%. Oh, it's if you are immune to madness. When you cast a spell, perform a weapon, you build up and you gain 25%. Oh, it's not you are immune to madness. I don't know why I misread that. If you are immune to madness, when you do something that would build madness on you, you heal. Okay, so I wouldn't have that. It would just be I could stance break enemies easier, and I could get up to 15% fire damage. That's actually not that good, actually. I mean, it is, but... like, I'd have to swap to fire, and like I'd need the average increase I would get is only 75%, or sorry, 7.5%. Because sometimes I'll have low madness when it has just madnessed me. Sometimes I'll have high madness when it's about to madness me. But most of the time I'll be somewhere in the middle. And so 7.5% increased fire damage actually isn't that good. So it's 7.5% average fire increase, and when an enemy is affected by madness, their stance will be broken. But with it only being once every 2 minutes, that's pretty much only just one free stagger per fight, because 2 minutes is just too long. Yeah. Yeah. Can you get madness immunity? I could, but I'd have to swap. That's like the caster build is madness immunity, I think. So, I'll get it anyway, but... Oh, wait. Can I get multiple? Wait, what? I can just get all of them? Okay. Sure. I thought I had to pick one. I mean, those are pretty cool. Why choose? Take them all. More from my collection. Costs one of each remnant type to make a jewel. Ah, well, good thing I've been saving up a bunch of remnant types and not spending them. Because I would love to have all the jewels. That sounds cool. I want to play Convergence now. I also want to play Pragmata. You just gotta find the time to play them all. Oh, I forgot. Go back. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You forgot to jump. I killed Landal Field more god yet. No, I have not. I mean, that's definitely not somewhere I was thinking of going unless the map points me to it specifically. That's just kind of a random spot in Landell where normally it's not even a boss. Party. Is it though? Ancient smithing. Okay. Standard. I'd rather just go where the wind takes me. I'd rather not be directed. I find a teleporter, I clear wherever the teleporter takes me. All right, Bale.
The result is tails.
And of course,
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide.
with a hail of harpoons!
Sony 822 has been added as a VIP. Congratulations.
Yeah, keep yelling at him. Hey, I actually avoided it. I never avoid that. Nice. Bah. Yeah, okay, alright. Can you do a move I can punish already? Good job, Egon. You got him. Yeah!
Bale the Dread, you shall haunt me no longer.
And there he goes. Easy. I think the best thing about this mod is this helm. True, we have had it on for so long. Heart of Bale. Gain power of Bale at the Grand Altar of Dragon Communion. Well. I guess from here we'll go down the Jagged Peak. Or I could try to still find Placidusax in Faramazula. Egon greater than DS3 Onion Knight in Yorm fight. Yeah, probably. Onion Knights are goated, but... Alright, have a good one, Embryality. Egon's voice actor was cooking. Yep. Alright, standard Jagged Peak Drake. Oh, no. That's a bird that's not normally here. Gravebird Raptor? The boss is the bird? Was not expecting that. I mean, not much of a bird or a boss, but... Oh, it's at one of these. Hi, birdie. Hello. What now? More strength? Oh my gosh, I have so many runes. More vigor is always good. It's always 2% more health per level, so this being 10% more health is pretty good. Realm of Shadow. Ah. Let's go over to the Grand Altar of Dragon Communion. It was very much of a bird indeed. It definitely was a bird. Is your regen percent based? No, it's actually a flat amount, but having more HP makes you less, like, scared, and so lets you allow the regen to happen. Whereas if you have low health, then you, like, have to resort to your flask sometimes. Do you think you'd be able to do a 1,000 hours playthrough? Shoutouts to Banjo the Uncle. I don't think I could. I have to go fast at some point. I can't do it. Oh, Florisax is gone. Sorry about that. I wonder if the Priestess Heart does anything cool. Cannot be undone except by death. Provides 18% physical absorption and 29% non-physical absorption as armor. Increases faith by 10. Reduces the FP cost of incantations by 10%. And increases the damage of Dragon Cult incantations by 10%. Okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. Uses her own Dragon Bolt to increase all damage negation, including physical, for herself and nearby allies. Striking foes with the Dragon Bolt will reduce enemies' lightning damage negation. Okay, that's, I mean, that's pretty neat if you're a caster, I suppose. A thousand? Yeah, that's a whole lot of thousands. I can't do that square now. Actually, I did get the summon now, actually. I mean, I guess I can't put her to sleep, but I did get the legendary Ash summon, so. What do you suppose they did with the Tibia Mariner? Surely it doesn't still summon a Royal Revenant. I mean, it's summoning nothing currently. So... and we'll keep it that way. Doesn't even give anything. All right. Oh, no, it does. Call of Tibia times 5. That's really not helpful. Missed the testing. Was anything concluded? Kind of obvious stuff, but stuff that, like, I feel like maybe bingo players have kind of lost a bit of sight of. Which is... there is no definitive best infusion. Heavy is the best if you are willing to use greases. In almost all cases, heavy is the best because you can find a grease to pair with heavy that will push it over the edge and make it better than the others, but only if you're willing to constantly go back to Calais and buy greases. Cold is the best if something is frostable and you're not willing to use grease. Unless they're particularly weak to fire or holy, in which case
Holy
the respective fire or holy is definitely better. And fire and holy are both fine to just do all the time because they both scale actually quite well, even with things that are even a little bit resistant to them. And cold, even if they are resistant to cold, isn't that bad. So it's like everything is a lot more even than I think a lot of bingo players assumed. A lot of bingo players assumed like, oh yeah, no, cold is trash now. Like we found out that it's so bad. And it's like, no, it's actually really good. And if you're not using grease, it's usually the best. All right. Any Deathrite birds? Oh, there's another bird here. Have to go out north, so don't go out directly north. That works. Oh! What was that fire from? I just got full to zeroed, like, instantly from fire that I didn't think should have been there. But oh well. We carry on. Over here, please. Hey. Nice. Fire on water can't help. I'm doing mostly physical. Plus, the water is actually not even that big of a deal. It's only 10%. All right, that should do it. Now that we don't have the extra birds. War Ghost Flame Call. Okay, standard. Oh, do I really want to see what they've done with Lamenter? I mean, I guess I should. Glarf. Glarf is Glarf. Is nothing in here. For some reason I thought there was one item, even if it was like small. Not looking changed so far. I think I'm happy about that, so I can just get in, get out. Okay. Standard chilling perfume bottle. No! Almost made it. I don't remember the spot to jump from at all. Gosh, I'm so glowy with all these buffs. It's a lot of Garf. Uh-huh. All from that one Josh's birthday stream. Like the real Midra. Yep, so shiny. Of all the Garf emotes, yeah. I like the plus Garf, minus Garf, and Glarf best. Okay. Surely he can be Madness, even though he's normally immune to all of that stuff. Alright, what do we got? Like Midra, if he invested more into strength and vigor. I mean, Midra has a ton of vigor. He's just wearing no armor. I would say more like invested into endurance. Ow. Okay. It appears to be normal, although the amount of damage you need to do to get the illusions is quite high. This time we should actually find him instead of just killing the illusions. Wait, what the? Did I get dispelled? Also, where's the blood on the real one? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. It's not easy to see, though. I wonder why my buff got dispelled, though. That sure made that a lot harder than it needed to be. Looks like it might be a bug or something with, like, if you don't get all the illusions in time, he dispels you or something. It's not the real one. I guess it's got to be you. You're the only one sitting back. No? It's you? Okay. I wonder if they specifically made it so the blood gets cleared? If that's the change they made? Because I am just not seeing it. Oh, I did also definitely get dispelled again. Huh. The mentor effect breaks your buff. Yeah. Or maybe they made it so you have to kill all of them. There is no real one? Or no, that can't be it, right? It definitely dispels your buffs though, which is sure, an upgraded weapon wouldn't help. I don't see how it possibly could. Yeah, it was literally the last one I hit as I was going down the list. could just tell you were stalling. Oh boy. There we go. Okay. I don't know if there were any changes, but for some reason that was a lot harder to see than normal. I mean, he has a DPS check? Yeah, but you know. Just hit him. Who needs DPS when you can just do it right? Oh. Did they fix the skip? That was not looking like it would let me land there, but let me see. Check out the transformation or release what it does. Oh yeah, I should. I should read what it does. 21% physical absorption, 25% non-physical absorption as armor. Increases faith, arcane, and mind by 5. And increases damage of mystic incantations by 10%. Okay. Kind of neat. Okay, no, you can still do it. I do the skip and not go there normally. Don't speedrun the game. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this feels like a way to do it normally. I don't know. I mean, going down the river doesn't seem like it's going to be that much more interesting. Not Table of Lost Grace. Back to the coast. Any update on Sekiro video, by the way? We get a video on Convergence mod as well. Oh, I forgot to record today. I have been local recording mostly when I haven't forgotten. So we could get a Convergence mod video. I think that could be fun. What class is this? Well, I started as Dreadnought, but currently I'm kind of a mix of things. Weapon like a Dreadnought. Armor like a Dreadnought, but also a Frenzied Flame. And buffs like a Frenzied Flame. The weapons repair? I don't know. None that have said they need repairing. Fast travel in combat is a fantastic change. I mean, it would be a bad change for, like, if it was not a mod, if this was just the game, it'd be, like, way too easy forgiving. But in a mod where it's like, hey, you chose to make this mod, you can choose to fast travel or not when you want to. Like, yeah, I think it's cool. Don't see the demi-human. No Ons here? Ons gones. Which class of perma buff is the strongest now, in my opinion? Well, apparently one of them is bugged and one-shots everything, but outside of that one, I still feel like the Frenzy Flame one is really good. With all the effects that it has. Great. Somber Shadowstone. Whoa. These are some new structures. With some demi-humans in them. New area. Whoa, new area. Whoa. Okay. We're in Bloodborne now? We found our way to Yharnam? Nox Umbra Forsaken City. Nah, you can't fool me. This is Yharnam. Away! Away! You plague-ridden rats! Bloodborne PC is finally here. Cannot open from this side. Shadow Realm, what now? Yeah, they've got more smithing stones. They've got DLC specific stones. It's Bofas, but as like Bloodborne beasts. No more Skidoo, but DLC stones, yeah. Whoa! Ball! Balls. Yeah, you can't tell me this isn't Yharnam. What's with this little guy? What? It like did something when I broke it. Like that was actually important. It made a sound. I'm imagining you can just walk across this. It feels very... I don't think I have a prism stone, but... I could maybe craft a... Rainbow stone. I mean, may as well, right? Nope. Just kidding. Nope, just kidding. He's using a consumable. I think that's invisible bridge. Surely. Yeah. I should just walk across it. Yeah. Surely.
If you think the frenzied flame goes hard, wait until you see the frenzied.
Ghost Nox. Ow. Okay, traps to look out for. Quicksilver Rapier. Thrusting Sword. Int Faith Scaling. Okay. Fairly standard, and then... Ah. No follow-up, but... Neat. Oh! Oh, good old Nox. And by good, I mean bad. Ball! Ah. I can push the ball off the edge. Goodbye. Not the balls. Sometimes you just gotta roll a boulder over an edge. Whoa! Sometimes you gotta look at chat and not pay attention and the bridge is broken and you didn't see. Okay, how far back are we? Well, guess we're running through then. This place is very vibrant, yeah. Despite being Bloodborne themed. Still quite enough light to see everything. So far back, I got the Cerulean Coast pop up. Yep. There's my passive regen. Oh, and the ball is dead forever. Chris, late night overwatching addicted. Oh no. We're never gonna finish all bosses 4 players. Was the thing still broken? The wall was still broken open. And prom's tomorrow. I think I might be the only one of the 4 of us that's wanting to practice solo for the AB4P. Oh, come on. Why is there just another random hole in the room? Ah! I don't want to watch my step. I just want to run through. Need to resurrect Josh first for that? Oh, of course. Look. Goodbye 200k? Ah, who cares about 200k? The only one who did the homework. Yep. Everyone else just wants to show up on test day. I mean, I think everyone else wants to practice when we're like all 4 together, but I just don't think that's the most important part of practice. I think you can improve a lot more solo practice, where you can try things out and you're not like trying to perform at the same time, than only practicing through 4-player practice. So we'll see if they choose to do some solo practice, or if they're all just good enough without it, but I think solo practice helps a lot. I've been doing Bingus practice the last few days. Yeah. Which is also a good thing to do. But just slightly less time urgent than the GDQ, because GDQ not only happens before the season starts for the actual event, but also this weekend we have a preview of it, so it needs to be ready for AB4P quite a bit sooner than Bingus. But Bingus is also good to practice. If he practices Bingus while people are on and then AB4P while people are not, that would be a very reasonable allocation of time. Ball. Excuse me. Is that only going to do AB4P and GDQ? Yep. The only other thing is I've got the backup for AI limit, which I also will need to practice. Okay, there's an elevator or there's another way to go. I'm gonna go elevator first and see what we get. Shadow stones are also divided. Yes. So there's... It was a shortcut back. That's kind of what I was expecting. I was kind of expecting a shortcut back. And so there it is. I don't know if I like the Shadow Stone system over Skidoo, assuming they outright removed Skidoo. They did. They did outright remove Skidoo. This does probably mean if I upgrade my weapon with the Shadow Skidoo and then I go back to base game, everything will die immediately. Like, I will actually just one-shot bosses or something, but... Who knows? This really is Bloodborne. The shields do nothing. Unable to acquire every scorpion stew. So many scorpion stews in this mod. Sealed shut by an unknown force. Fine with the stone feels less necessary, but also means you can kind of stomp base game if you fully upgrade. Yeah, I'm fine with it, but I don't know that it's better. The other thing that I mean, personally dislike about it is it's another, oh great, I have to further commit to one weapon. Oh, Pumpkinhead. Oh, with lightning on there. Oh, that's pretty cool. I feel like I can break that thing on its back. And I can. Okay, that's pretty neat. I like that's a good repurposing. Demi Dragon Cleaver. A curved greatsword with spinning slash. Standard moveset. Oh, that's new. That's a new charge shard too. The up down. Unfortunately, the spinning slash is kind of lame, but okay, kind of neat. Kind of neat. Causes bleed. Strength and dex scaling. That's sick. That is a fun charged R2. What if we find the relic of Trismegistus in here? Feels like I've been here before. Okay, all right. Knew something in there. It's an assassin. Whoa, with a grab. And not backstabbable. Okay. Oh. I did not notice that right away. Okay, that's pretty cool. Whoa! Bad time to flask. Oh my. Okay, well, 70% of my health in a grab. Do not get grabbed, I guess. Oh, that just kills you. Yeah, I was pretty high health, and I had several buffs up to take less damage. But nope, that just kills you. I get one hit in and it's back. Okay. Yeah, I recognize Electo when I see it. I was not sticking around for that. Okay, we're going back again. Nope. No! Surely this doesn't just kill me this time. Oh, okay, barely living. Okay. Oh my god, yeah. That was so close to just killing me from literally full. Easy. I guess we do need some vigor, actually. All right, we got some sort of Quicksilver something. Quicksilver fragment, magic damage, a dagger. Okay. Okay, lets you do the whole black knife moveset. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's not bad. The flex getting grabbed. Yeah, just had to make it exciting at the end there. Oh, there's more. Blessing America. That's the least interesting legendary thing you could get. All right, we carry on. It's trying to be Bloodborne so bad. I mean, this area is absolutely Bloodborne. Unapologetically, this is... I've never seen a more Bloodborne area outside of Bloodborne itself. I haven't even played Bloodborne. This whole area is unbelievably cool and natural feeling. Yeah, this area is really cool. Also, this is like Rick's Cave. They built Rick's Cave down here. Ow. What do you say after this, we find Placidusax so that we can actually be done with that area that I still haven't finished. Then we find a new weapon, a new strength scaling weapon, because I've held on to this one for a while. I like it. I like it a lot, but I feel like we could find something new and maybe even do the first bit of our class quest that we've been just hoping to stumble upon. Maybe look at just the first part of the class quest. Placidusax. Because the J sound is actually like a D sound, then almost like a Z sound, if the way your like mouth actually does it. J. J. Ow, ow. Oh my god, there's so many. So many enemies. Ooh, Shadow Rune of Night. Ultra Mega Night Spells. DLC. Super Night Spells. Oh, and they weren't expecting me to find that. I mean, they probably were. That's probably why they put them there, but... Night Comet Azure? Perhaps, perhaps. Anything else in this little library section? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let me go over here real quick where surely they can't follow. And see what spells we got. Fulminated Quicksilver, Shadow Arc, Curse of Shadow, Black Moon Eulogy, Pure Darkness. Let's see what those do. Enemies within the radius will be removed from combat. When the darkness persists, you will lose all FP. You cannot be detected by enemies. Your magic weapon damage is increased by 25%, and the FP cost of other spells and all weapon skills is decreased by 100%. This effect lasts for 10 seconds. You just hide in the darkness and they just can't see you. But you can cast spells and weapon skills for free. Remember the hallowed black moon above you. Then shatter, raining down bursting fragments upon foes. Enemies struck by the bursting fragments will be cursed, causing life loss over 10 seconds. Okay. Curse of Shadow. Lowers the target's maximum poise by 35% and causes life loss on the target over 25 seconds. Fires a horizontal arc. Fires a wisp. Okay, no buffs. I was looking for buffs. But some cool spells there for sure. She can bonk. Enemies can bonk. Has anyone tried it in co-op? Does it work well? Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Your darkness is sort of like a buff. It is sort of like a buff. Okay, that looks like the ending bit. So this will be a shortcut back again, perhaps? Ancient Smithing Stone in DLC, not Shadow Ancient. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool, cool. Oh! What was that room? Whoa! Yeah. Looks like I might find Laxasia. Yeah, that is a big bridge. That could be. Over the Gazoon tight. Boiled crab. Always be crabbing. Grabbed 6 whole crabs. What up, Inori? And it's wild to just think this area I've been in for, I don't know, probably like half hour or something, just didn't exist in the base game. A glowing diffusion of sacred tears used to ward off death. Preventing the death of a tarnished once before its power is consumed. I can just pop that and just have a cheat death? That's broken. This is a way longer path from exiting an elevator early than I was expecting. Oh. Okay. Okay, this is the top of the elevator anyway. Oh, but would I get zapped for going across the elevator? Not if I break it first. Okay, neat. You're like, let's go look for Ons and Marigot, and you end up here. Yeah, I was like, oh, it'll probably just be unchanged. We'll just go over. We'll kill a couple bosses real quick. We'll get some random materials that I don't really need. But no. So this would have zapped you. I think so. I think that would have zapped me, but now I killed the thing and then it doesn't zap me. I think it probably would have zapped me and like completely stopped me from going across the bridge. And so I probably went the only way that you can go. Oh my goodness. Kind of wonder how all this looks from the outside as well. Like, normally you just go to a beach and that's the end of it. But now there's like all this here. Built where the beach was. We have Bloodborne at home. On PC, though. You have the Shadow Realm map to look at. No, I do not. Hold on a sec before I go all the way through there, see if there's anything else. Shadow Rune of the Dragonkin. Bubble Snare, Cragbolt Dynamo, Galvanic Barrier, Galvanic Ice Fang, Maker's Lament. Leap into the air, call a massive bolt of frozen lightning into your hand. Then slam it on the ground beneath you, causing an enormous explosion on impact. Perhaps the most quintessential of all Dragonkin sorceries. This technique was the very one employed by the Dragonkin soldiers themselves. Daregraph, don't know what that is, was unable to wield this power as a man. A blow to his vanity that ultimately led to his transformation. Maybe that's what I'm going to find now. Maybe I just got spoiled on the name. Oh my gosh. There's so much text on that. Dare Garf. Yo, what up, copy? Yapping for sure. I mean, They certainly don't want me to get up like this, but like... What if I did anyway? Because otherwise... Well, seeing how to get up there. It could be drop in from above. There is that skylight. Alright, fine. Leave it for now. Go the normal way, cheater. No! I've got to speed run my way through. Even on a mod. The run must be speed. Speedrunner, yep. And you know, since it's Bloodborne, instead of taking backstabs, we should charged R2 from behind for a free stagger. I like how they just got knocked off. How many people worked on this and how long did it take? They've been working on it for years for sure. I think it's 3 people. But not sure. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped down here. Ever think about the consequences of my own actions and if I wanted to go and explore another way? It's probably the only way to go, but you never know. What's my favorite Souls-like, and why is it first Berserker Kazan? Well, it isn't, but I do like Kazan. It is good. It's Lies of P, of course. Where'd you find this area? Where Mariga normally is in the DLC. In the Cerulean Coast. Oh. I forgot. It's going to be a much wider area because of the lightning. I was like, oh, I can just walk out of range and heal, but... Oops. Well, well, well. It isn't the consequences of my own action. How far back are we? Explore the other way. What was the other way? I don't remember where the turnoff was for the other way. Because this is still... this. I don't think there was another way here yet. Was there? Was there even another way? Or was it just the bridge and then... no, maybe it was earlier than this. Oh, the before dropping. Yeah. If there was something the other... right instead of left. I see. Yeah. Perhaps. Oh, yeah. I forgot to rebuff. Not a fan of the graces here. Thankfully, it's pretty good about shortcuts. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of... it's kind of the Bloodborne style, you know? Fewer actual resting points, but... okay, there literally was nothing the other way, so I don't even know what I was talking about. The literal only thing you could do is drop down. I don't think I needed to know that, Quinter. I don't think any of us needed to know that. Feel bad for the dev team of Gazan? Oh yeah, didn't they... I mean, I feel like they're still working on stuff. It's just no longer Kazan. That basically, even though Kazan did pretty well, it did pretty well instead of the gacha game that the studio was working on that made $1 billion. And so they were like, all hands on gacha. Everything else is a waste of our time. Or something like that. Excuse me. This is vital information, I promise. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you say so. Got him. Oh, an elevator. This one doesn't feel like a shortcut. This feels like a go to the end. Maybe the other way was a shortcut, but let's see first. That's depressing. Yeah. Cuz yeah, I liked it. I thought it was quite good. Yeah, this... maybe I can at least open the door and check that this isn't a shortcut before... okay, yeah, no, that's definitely the end. Alright, let's go the other way first. Really disappointed to see so many studios where, if they aren't #1 bestseller, infinite money generator, they're considered a failure and shut down or restricted or massive layoffs. Yeah. The problem of being owned by... some sort of big conglomerate of studios that... if one game is making 99% of your profit, even if, you know, another game literally doubles, you know, their budget, it's still like, well, we're making 99% of our money elsewhere, so never mind for you. The Xbox shows Senua 3, then shutting down the studio a week later. Yeah, that's some wild stuff. Or like, I think it was Hi-Fi Rush that like, I think got some, you know, game awards or something, and then the studio being shut down. Yes, alright, this was the shortcut. Okay, cool. To the end. Games like Cellblade and Kazan are there to get you into their gacha ecosystem. I guess so. What a strange thing to say, but... The Hi-Fi Rush thing was so sad, yeah. They put it in Game Pass day one, and then complained it didn't sell enough copies. I mean, I assume they can, like, track how many people play it on Game Pass as well, so maybe it also didn't get enough plays on Game Pass or something, but... I don't know if that game was gonna sell anyways. I don't know. Alright, who we got? It looks like this is like Lady Maria Arena. Are we not thinking that this is like... This just looks like I'm just about to fight Lady Maria right here. Who we got? Oh. Okay. Dare Garf. He dares to Garf. He staggers himself. Okay. That's the magic maker guy. That's so... I like that he staggers himself. That's kind of funny, but pretty cool. Oh, phase 2? Okay, at least that grab doesn't one-shot me. Okay, Horalu. Woo! Oh, that's Rolana. Ah! Living. What? Oh my god, that almost one-shot me. That's Mesmer. Ah! Okay, holy. That regen was putting in work. 3 different grabs, yeah. Holy. Every single boss fight rolled together into one comprehensive moveset. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. This is, Ergarf loves his grabs. Okay. I thought it was lagging behind me so I could just run and be safe from the bubble, but I was wrong. Wait, I recognize that move. Hold on. Ah! Grab! Roll on up! Ow. Oh, the regen almost got me through it. Okay. That's the Divine Bird Warrior spell. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Surely not a weapon upgrade time. Oh, certainly not. Then I'd have less time of having fun. This is probably the best boss of the mod so far. Aha, I can jump it. Put them all on TV. But power cut, dang. Luck up in the room. The ceiling is sick. Not really seeing much from the ceiling right now. Oh, there's a Dragonkin soldier up there? That's pretty cool. Okay. I mean, that's the Divine Bird Warrior spell for sure. That's faster than the Mesmer one, because normally you can get a punish in there. No, I tried to roll. Oh, and then the full Rolana combo. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. This is very tanky. Oh, yeah. We are not doing a lot of damage here. Well, boss, look up, but I'd be annoyed if I was fighting it with all those grab attacks. I don't really mind. I just kind of mind they do way too much damage. Like, I don't know what it is with... It's not only mod developers, it's also game developers. But wanting grabs to do like triple the damage of any other move that a boss has, when they are also usually the like least intuitive hitbox that lingers the longest. So grabs tend to just be like super overpowered in games and mods. I don't mind the usage of grabs, but I do mind the damage of them. I didn't mean to buffer that. Wow, that buffered for so long. Oh, Araloo-ish grab, except he doesn't delay on it like I was expecting. Ah! There we go. Oh, I rolled! But he got me anyway. At least that one doesn't do that much damage. Rolana. Follow-up. Dang! Regen wasn't enough. Getting better, though. Getting a lot better at it. I'm imagining there's a second phase to his second phase, though. That once we get him to half, he, like, enrages and everything, all the timing changes. When do you attack? No. Wrong question. Bro's a very high stance bar, for sure. Nice. It was spry for a mage, yeah. That's a new move, I think, from him. I really thought I rolled that, but okay. No. go. I did actually avoid that one time, but... Oh, a stagger. Okay. That's Ishin! That's Ishin! That's where I recognize it from. I'm like, that's like way too familiar. That's a Mikiri Ender. No! I figured it out. Oh, that is Ishin. Oh, that's so good. The mod was stable 60 and a 1070 Ti with low medium graphics. I'm on low graphics on a 3080 and I get frame drops for sure. It's definitely not super stable. I mean, it's stable enough. Like I'm playing it just fine, but there are definitely frame drops. This mod is nuts, yeah. In fact, phase 1 is even Ishin. The jump back and like swipe his staff and make the wall of ice. That's Ishin. Might also run better with the actual 3.0 update in a couple days. It's possible. That move. No wonder I liked this guy so much. Okay, fully rebuffed this time. Ah. Always earlier than I think on that one. Aha! Okay. Ah! No! Banga and Chris, thank you for the raids! Welcome on in, Raiders! I'm trying out a cool Elden Ring mod. Woo! Joined at the perfect time, because this is probably the coolest boss we've found yet. Ah! Early. There we go. Woo! Wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, okay. Legend felt! Woo! Let's go! Phase 3? Phase 3? Huge. That was a fun one. That was a fun one. And we're in the DLC with a +7 weapon. Let's go. What does the heart do? Well, we'll take a look at it once I have this grace so I can finally feel safe. The galvanic heart of Draergraf, monarch of Nexumbra. Use while disrobed to turn one's human flesh into dragonkin of the underworld. This change cannot be undone except by death. Provides 27% physical absorption and 20% non-physical absorption as armor. Increases it by 10. Reduces weapon stamina cost by 10%. And increases weapon lightning damage by 10%. That's pretty cool. I feel like that's just less than what you'd get out of a full set of armor. I mean, obviously it's way less defense than you'd get out of a full set of armor. But, like, I feel like even the effects is maybe not super worth it. But the heart pumps the blood in your body. Oh. I know how long this mod is. I'm already at 24 hours in. I mean, it's like the whole game, so it's as long as it takes to do all of the bosses in Elden Ring, which is a lot. Okay, the scaling doesn't even change on Vigor. It doesn't, like, have the weird normal scaling. I guess we just go Strength next, then. More Strength. More Strength, more hit, harder. But guaranteed light roll. I guess that's true. If you want light roll, I guess that's a way to do it. Check his remembrance, of course, of course. Just checking if there's anything more in the arena first. I don't expect there to be. That does feel like the very end of this zone, but yeah, looks like it. All right. Oh, look at all this on the map now. We went through the Cerulean Coast, ended up out here, did all this. Did we do this? Yeah, that's the bridge. Yeah. All this. There might be something there that I might not have found yet. Unsure. And ended up all the way up in here. Would you say 4 people could get it done in about 3 hours? You know, for this mod, I'm not so sure about that. No dex in case you find a solid quality-ish weapon? I mean, who needs quality when you can bonk? I just have enough dex to meet any possible dex requirements. They even made a map. Yep. Oh, I didn't get Black Blade from Malekith. Star Scourge Greatsword. Malekith's Black Blade. Lion Greatbow. And our one new thing, Transcendent Claws, a Beast Claw with Transcendent Stance. All right, let's go check it out. Let's see what it does. Where are our Beast Claws? They're there. Okay, yep, the Beast Claw moveset. Oh! That's a different charge start, too. Oh! I can do the full Rolana combo? Or... Okay, that's cool. The Ash of War is just bring out... It's a stance Ash of War, effectively. You go into the stance, which it says Transcendent Stance, of course. And then you can either do the full Rolana combo, or one big slam. Okay, that's really cool. I feel like you'd basically never attack with it outside of the stance. Those are so cool. It does lightning damage and scales off of int. So yeah, it's like exactly what you would want for the dragon form that you just got as well. What's the conclusion on the affinities testing? The conclusion was heavy is the best pretty much at all times if you are using grease. Cold is the best at pretty much all times unless the enemy, the boss, is weak to cold. If you don't want to use grease, and if you just want a generically good, I just want to put something on my weapon and forget about it. Even into high strength, cold is still really good. Keeps up with heavy just fine. And is much, actually, better at low strength, low scaling stuff. And then Holy and Flame are both very solid. Keep up with both heavy and cold. And if you find a boss that's weak to either of those, will massively outshine. So basically the conclusion was, they're all pretty good. Actually, there's actually kind of no wrong answer. How do I get my map to go to the DLC? Usually it's X, but it's not X. I can show underground. I can't get my map to show the DLC. That's weird. Guess I'm not going back to the DLC. Z? No, that's a different thing. Maybe it's because I haven't gone through Moog, so maybe base Elden Ring doesn't think I have access to the DLC? I know it's X. I'm pressing X. It's not there. May need to scroll through Sites of Grace. Yeah. It's not on my list. It's not on my list of places I can scroll through. I just don't have access to the DLC. It thinks. Okay. Guess I gotta go through a portal again, I guess. Or we eventually find the way to Mogwyn Palace, and then... because there's so much Mogwyn Palace stuff we haven't done yet. You know what we haven't done yet? The crater. Anything that's got the same name, I've generally just been skipping. Yeah. How'd you end up there? I missed 2 to 3 first hours of today's stream. I was in Farum Azula. In Farum Azula, I fought Lanciax. After Lanciax, there was a portal to Bale. I killed Bale. From Bale, I went down to Charos, killed the Mentor. Then did the skip down to Cerulean. From Cerulean, went around to Mariga. That's where I found the thing. We still, by the way, have not found Placidusax in Farum Azula. He's been moved somewhere, and I don't know where or how to get to him. Like, I have no idea. He's not, like, there. You don't just, like, teleport here and then walk out. That's just, like, the center of the storm. But I don't know where you'd find a teleporter to him. I thought it was going to be after Lanciax, but... As we saw that me wreck the new boss was like, I don't want that smoke. Yeah. That was a really cool boss. That was easily the best boss of the DLC so far. I mean, if you're pulling moves from Ishin, of course it's gonna be. You know? You know where you normally get to Plassey? Of course. It was not there. I've been to where you normally get to Plassey, I'm pretty sure. I mean, also, it's just kind of hard to... Kind of hard to get places because the whole, like, structure is all changed. Okay, it's there. It's definitely there. We can see where to go. I just need to not get distracted by the teleporter to Bale this time. Like last time I just saw, ooh, what's that? Oh, shiny over there. Seems more different than I was imagining. It's very different in Farum Azula. Ooh, it's using the same architecture, but to make completely different paths. Oh, a grace. That means we're going the right way. Was Bale changed at all? Not even a little. Okay, I guess this is just where I will lie down. This looks unchanged. Oh. I am doing no damage, but otherwise this is going fine enough. Whoa, even from the other side of him, I got caught there. All right. Nice. Seems vanilla. Seems very vanilla. boss was so cool the first time you fought him. I don't know. The visuals, I was definitely like, wow, that's cool, but... I do not love his actual attacks. Like, that one, like, always... It seems like, oh, he's, like, attacking with the wrong side arm. Like, he's not gonna hit me with that. And then the rocks literally go through his body to hit you, and you're like, that's weird. But, oh, well. Flassy down. Or like the wing, I really hate the wing. Or a lot of his like Dragon Claw moves, you'll like dodge, but then it'll still hit you because it just like lingers on you if you don't, you know, go in a very specific direction. Like, I don't know. He feels very like casually, I was like, I hate this. It's just dodge, hitbox, get hit anyway. Dodge, hitbox, get hit anyway. The boss. It was like, I didn't like it at all. The nuke attack is cinema. The nuke attack is pretty cool. And you can consistently get out of it, so that's nice. Oh. Radagon and Elden Beast alive. Okay, but I haven't gone there yet. Why do I have the map for Consecrated Snowfield? I haven't even been there yet. I could head to mountaintops now. Is there anything else? Okay, you know, I think it's time for us to find a new strength weapon. It's time for us to read the weapons for Dreadnought. I'm going to cover it with my own hand. You can read it if you want or cover it if you want. Just don't, like, you know, try to direct me to places if I don't want to go there. But we're going to look for a new weapon that I haven't gotten yet that is definitely strength because it'll be a weapon for Dreadnought. Alright. Have that one, have that one, have Axe of Rust, have the Great Mace, found after defeating Sigurd. That's the one I'm using. Axe of Godfrey, sold by any after defeating Horalu. Okay, that's obviously later. Grafted Blade Greatsword, we have that one. War Scythe, Graveyard north of Stormvale. Graveyard north of Stormvale. Okay. Graveyard. Graveyard. Here? Is there a graveyard here? I don't know, but we'll go north of Stormvale. Seems simple enough. Perhaps, or isn't. Who knows? There's a graveyard immediately after Stormvale? There is? I mean, I am at immediately after Stormvale. You're telling me there's a graveyard? Toward tops? Oh, that graveyard. Oh, there is. Yeah, where you get like a spell or something in the grave. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. Where Academy Scroll is. Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. War Scythe. That's more maybe northwest of Stormvale, but, you know, we'll take it. All right. Supposedly this is for a Dreadnought class, so... It's a Scythe, though? It's a... Strength Scythe with Blood Loss. You know, I'm not usually a Scythe user, but... Okay, neat. We could try this. Did we ever get a Scythe that's strength? I don't know that we have ever gotten a Scythe that's strength. But as long as it is strength, I guess that's good enough. We can level it up some. Pretty standard Scythe moveset, pretty sure. Yeah, I think so. I mean, aside from the Ash of War, that feels unique, I think. I haven't really used a scythe before, though, so it'll be kind of new to me. Lack of bonk, yeah. Nah, you don't get to go +8. We'll stay +7. Lead on it is still only 50. That actually does not seem like a lot. S scaling for strength, though, which is pretty good. Our previous one only actually had A scaling, so this actually technically scales better. Interesting. And required 15 dex, which I just barely have. Graveside scales more with strength than dex, base game weapon. Oh, okay. That's normal. I think that's normal. There's just a Bofa there. That's normal. That's normal. That's normal. That's normal. I mean, I guess any of the things with the warps at them is actually going to be new, though. Now that I think about it. I could go to all the warps. That's normal. Bofa D's? Let's warp to the ones in Caelid. Sigur's Great Maze probably has higher base damage, so scaling is lowered for compensation. Right, because scaling is based on base damage. Alright, let's see what's here. How different is Convergence 3.0 from base game and 2.0? I mean, very, very different from base game. I don't know compared to 2.0. Okay, it's just a normal putrid avatar. Now that we're back against base game things, the damage looking more chunky. Okay, that charged R2 was not good. Ash of War seems good? Possibly. It didn't super impress me with the damage, but Rotten Staff. I mean, I'm just gonna assume that's normal standard. You ever lock on while playing with keyboard? Depends on the boss. Some yes, some no. Okay, now West Caelid. Great Jar Overlook. Luckily, we don't have to worry about overriding the Frenzy buff with the Ash of War. That's true. That's true. It's a jar. Seems like basically you use it as like a gap closer more than anything. Whoa! Whoa! I don't know if that's normal. Alexander moveset. Ah. Yeah, I'm not sure I've killed Alexander, so... Like, on his final fight. I've killed Alexander, but I'm not sure I've ever given him a chance to actually do so. Oh, there's now a Spirit Spring here. This now goes straight to the Great Jar. I don't think that's I don't think that's normal. This does not feel like a normal path to me. What does the Great Jar want with me now? Always kill him before his quest ends. Yeah. The funny thing didn't happen to you because of weird physics stuff, I think. Oh. There's a funny thing? You can now see the Knight of the Great Jar's red summon sign. Okay. Time to do some fake PvP to see if there's a new reward. Duelist vanquished. The PvP enjoyer. Yeah, that's so me. Don't think you can respawn the three bosses, sadly. If you want to know about it, I can tell you. Sure. If there's just something funny that happens with that one particular one.
Wave streaking.
Yo, Moo, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Ash of War has so much weight to it, really makes you feel like a tank. It is nice. I do like the Ash of War. Even if I'm not usually a Scythe enjoyer. It's pretty cool. Okay. All right. It normally gives a talisman, so it gives you a thing that can be exchanged for a talisman. Okay. That makes sense. What if I open? Few of the bomber jars pop out of it and chase you after the Jar Warrior dies. Yeah, that did not happen to me. Enter Coliseum combat. No Coliseum rules available. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can do this while offline. I wonder if there are people PvPing in this mod. If that even works, that'd be kind of funny. Okay, that's kind of all Kaled. We've looked through all of Limgrave. That's the same. That's the same. Battle Mage Duncan. That's a new guy. Let's go to Battle Mage Duncan. Saw them explode in the corner after you killed it. I think the corpse of the jar got flung by your final attack, so the little ones were too far away. Ah. Don't think it works because of easy anti-cheat. Probably not. I don't know if people want to PvP with a buff that insta-kills stuff. Well, I'm sure a lot of people would actually want to do that. That actually sounds like something a lot of people would enjoy, but... Wonder if the custom server mod would work. Perhaps. Duncan the Tall?
Surprised no matter. Why don't? Oh, but don't. Oh.
I'll take your S-Stock. And your staff. And your shield. I already have a lantern. And your full armor set that I would never use, because it's just int by 1 and casting speed by 2. Dunkin' Donuts. He's Duncan, not Duncant. Oh, aristocrat set where there would normally be the frost grease recipe. Wait. That's not it. That's not the one that... What shoes is it that, you know, does the thing? Not BDS. The thing that does the shoes. Mm. Do we ever visit the anvil again? Maybe we can find a good strength weapon to restore and use. I haven't. I guess I could after Duncan. After we get some donuts. We could see if it says anything. We also could still do the perfume bottle quest that said that gave us hints as to all the places to go for the parts of the perfume bottle. Good morrow. The old aristocrat shoes, the bulge shoes, yes. The shoes that do the thing. I just assumed everyone would know what I meant with the shoes that do the thing. The enlargement shoes, yeah. Hiya! That's pretty nice. Shimmering Glintstone Rune. Give me some spells. Great Glintstone Shard, Scholar's Shield, Scholar's Armament, Carrion Piercer, Sorcerer's Lucidity. I think those are all vanilla. Is this mod the one you have to pay for? Nope. I did not pay a cent. That sounds illegal. It's not, like, technically illegal, but it's... You'll generally get, you know, dragged on Twitter for it. Like, it's like something that a company could cease and desist you for, if that's what you mean by illegal. But it's not like the police will come and take you to jail. It's like, if a company sends you a cease and desist, you would be in the wrong. If you are charging for a mod. I mean, technically, even if you don't charge for a mod, a company can still send you a cease and desist. It doesn't actually matter if you're charging for it or not. They can just say, we have decided we don't like this. It's against FromSoft's terms of service, and as such is a legal issue if I remember correctly. Do they have something in the terms of service saying you can't I would highly doubt they have something saying you cannot have paid mods for our game. There might be something in the terms of service saying, like, we own the rights to every mod that is made of our game, or something like that, where it's like, hey, we can do whatever we want with mods of our game, and we can tell you to, you know, stop. But I would doubt that they would specifically specify payment or something. That seems odd of them to specify. When you use a grease or a consumable that you eat, your weapon also gains a buff that will apply a draining effect to enemies. This effect will drain a small amount of total enemy HP every second and last for 3 seconds. The effect does not stack. The draining effect will apply as long as your grease is active. I mean, that would be really good if I used grease, but yeah, that's not happening. Village of the Albinorix Omen Killer. I mean, I should go there anyway just to see if there's the Haligtree medallion. Happened to many Pokemon mods, I think. Yeah. I mean, it is illegal. It's just not a felony. Well, it's against a company's ownership rights. So it's the company's right to tell you whether you can or cannot do that. It's not directly illegal. If a company says you can make paid mods of their game, then it is strictly legal for you to do so. So but yes, breaking a terms of service and ignoring a cease and desist is something you could go to court over. Yes. Company have the right to control what's associated with the IP. Right. So it's only, you know, illegal insofar as if the company decides they would take action against you. Aha, Path of the Perfumer. So here's where the Perfumer would just start, I guess. Maybe we also find the Perfumer set here.
Please, no. Dear me.
Dear me.
I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one.
No secrets lie with me, not a one. Can you just stay in one spot for a second so I can just hit you? We can be done with this? Thank you.
Well, oh, I will finish. The curse, I beg you. You must keep. And if you should, please.
Okay, he just gives me a rune. Okay, that was not... But I guess while I'm here, I'll take out the Omen Killer as well. Might as well. Might as well. May as well. Look like Ghost Rider with Torrent? Actually, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Okay, this weapon is heavy enough to flinch Omen Killers. That means it's a good weapon. That's the determination for a good weapon. If it can flinch Omen Killers, it's a good weapon. All right, now let's teleport to there. I'll just do that from here. Dope Helm, yeah. Reaper also goes quite hard with this Haunts and Frenzy Head. We really, yeah. We really do have a style. And then the legs and arms being just heavy armor kind of ruin it, but you know. Nobody looks at that. I don't like the top right status bar, but I can see why they put it there with this madness stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of... Oh. Oh, the laser golem. Oh, the golem is lasering. There's transmog in the game, so you can change what you look like without affecting stats. Yes, but I don't want to do that. I do not wish to do that. Okay, no longer bowls there. Also, this structure is new, but I think that's just an arena for the golem. Also, since we're here... Do I have the emote for this one? I think this one was an emote. Check the anvil. Oh, sure. We'll check the... Okay. All right. We can check the anvil as well. Erudition. I'm pretty sure I have erudition. Aha! Oh! Neat. What about transmog for the special shoes? You know, I think we can't... I don't think we can make an exception. I think if I want the special shoes, I think we have to wear the special shoes. Oh. Vanilla memory stone. Okay, so it was... At Godric, we could check the anvil. I swear this mod is just an easy mode. If you use everything available to you, and you get yourself super overpowered, it can be. But, I mean... That one boss we fought was definitely not easy mode, but if you got yourself overpowered enough, maybe you two-shot him, and then he becomes easy mode again. Only certain weapons of once great power can be restored to their full potential. Yeah, it doesn't... It does not... I cannot use it yet. Elden Ring in a nutshell. Honestly, yeah, kinda. Okay. To the Ever Jail. Yo, what up, Catboy? Elden Ring is a game of, if you're powerful enough, the game feels very easy, and if you're not that powerful, then it's like a fun challenge. And so if you're somebody who does not like a challenge, you can find ways to make it easy enough that it's not a challenge. And if you're somebody who likes a challenge, then all you gotta do is avoid, you know, looking up meta builds, and you'll still have a reasonable time. Unless you happen to get unlucky and make a meta build by accident. Which could happen. Oh, the spirit swings from Celia to Millicent, or this erudition moment no longer requiring a glintstone crown. Did it require a glintstone crown in vanilla? I don't remember that. Oh, the Path to Colosseum from 5 minutes ago. Oh, that it's just a more interconnected world? It is more interconnected. That is... Dog. I guess it's just changed because they put the dog outside and they put the bowls inside. They just swapped the two positions. Oh, Raging Wolf Gauntlets. When you use a grease or consumable you eat causes successive attacks on enemies to What the dog doing? Why is the dog in prison? All successive attacks and enemies recover 5% of total HP and 10% of total FP for 30 seconds. Wow. I mean, that's very good and very cool. Except that I'm not going to use a grease, but... What does my Lionel's do? My Lionel's already has good effects on it. And if I did ever use a consumable, it would increase my stamina recovery by 5 for 5 minutes. Too bad I won't. Bonk. Been suffering trying to get 3.0 to work. Really? It was very easy for me. I just downloaded the launcher, installed it, and then hit the button to update to the beta version or the newest version or the early access version or whatever. And then that was it. Yeah, I did check the anvil. Nothing new there, at least from what it said. I don't know if I have to like have the weapon equipped or if I need to like do something special, but okay, how many of these keys do I have? 5 imbued sword keys. Oh, this is a new one up top. You have to delete older files first. Like your actual Elden Ring? Absolutely not. No, do not delete it. You need Elden Ring installed. Did you delete yesterday's VOD? It's somewhere. It'll probably be back up. We have all 5 required ones then. You need 5? Oh, there's also a teleporter here. Ancestral Decay. But yeah, the VOD for yesterday is gone. I think it'll be back up. Three plus new this one, plus 1 in DLC. I also started with 1, so let's see where we can get to. It is also still up on YouTube if you want to find it. It's just the Twitch one that's gone. Sounds like the Rot Vessel boss. Oh, it is. It takes you to the Lake of Rot. Well, I mean, that's fine. I have enough keys. I can check all of them. Let me see what this teleporter takes me to. How late am I staying up? Oh, probably the normal. 4 or 5 a.m., somewhere in there. New stream on YouTube? Thanks for the heads up. Yeah. Oh, Turtle Pope. Well, we've already been here before. Precipice of Anticipation. Okay, the standard. But I haven't been there. I didn't start there this time because I started in a different spot because of my class. Zoom is so good and fun, but so expensive. I mean, 5,000 isn't that much in the grand scheme of things, but if you wanted to, like, spam it all the time, yes, you would not really be able to do that. Be a little distracting. Bye-bye. To enjoy are certainly expensive. Wish there was something similar you could do on YouTube. Yeah. The channel points are really cool on Twitch. I like them a lot. Unfortunate that YouTube doesn't have something similar. What I really want on YouTube is chapters on live streams. Because there's chapters on videos, and on Twitch, there's chapters on live streams, but not on YouTube. There's no chapters on live streams. I don't know why not. Spin plus zoom kind of breaks it. Did you spin right as the zoom was ending? Or maybe right as it started? Those, I think, are the only times that it gets confused. If you do it in the middle of a zoom, it works out great. The Stormhawk King. Dean! Dean, my goat. Dean mentioned. Seen people do something similar for points on YouTube, but it's probably a hassle. Oh, like where they have a bot that, like, the bot keeps tracks of all viewers' points, I think. But it's not, like, built into YouTube, yeah? Without the quotation marks. For the sound, it is without the quotation marks. Oh, Godflaw. Dean takes us to Godflaw. You do chapters for videos, so maybe sometime for live stream. It's a video sharing platform after all. Right. A bot, which is usually a secondary account of them. Yeah, it's just so much effort to do. I'm just like, eh. All right, Mr. Banished Knight. How are you not staggered yet? Maybe this Ash of War does way less stagger damage than it seems like it should. Because I just can't stagger him. Okay, what is Godric Knight armor? When you drink a Crimson Flask, you gain inflict 20 stamina recovery. Ooh, and immunity to something. Immunity to stagger for 30 seconds. Okay. It's pretty neat. Oh, also we got an Eagle's Edge, and I didn't even notice. A new Great Katana. Standard Great Katana moveset. Oh! That is not a standard charged R2. Become the storm. Okay. Wait, so... I don't know what the end of that is supposed to be. It feels like there's, like, a follow-up that's missing. Maybe if I read it, it'll tell me. Nimble dance backwards while imbuing the blade with swirling winds before slashing forward in front of you. Follow up with another skill to perform a sweeping attack and then unleash a burst of wind from your hand. Oh, it's from your hand. It's just, like... I see. It's so, like, soft. It's like, whoosh. That, like, it doesn't feel like the end of it. But okay, I get it. I get it now. Surprised Oleg isn't legendary? Was he legendary in the base game? I don't recall him being so. Lies of Garf. I'm not sure I've seen that one. He is in our hearts. Okay. Do we know Oleg? I can't recall ever thinking about Oleg. All the named summons should have been legendary? Okay, yeah, kind of fair. Okay, that's all the same. Humor Misbegotten. Demi-human Maggie, that's the same. Ancestral Shaman, that's new. Same. Okay, so if I go to there, then go up there, that would work. Have I finished Liurnia though? Hold on. Same. I think that's the same, but might as well go do that real quick. It's just an Ever jail. I fought Mimic tier. No, I have not. I haven't really gone underground yet. Wait, how get down? Aha! That didn't feel like the intended way to get down. But I did get down. Where's... Oh, I was supposed to... I opened the gate and I never walked out of it. I remember when I was here earlier. That was so long ago. You found the Strength Twin Blade yet? No. Yeah, I kind of feel like the Ash of War on this is kind of... eh. We may swap off this weapon sooner rather than later. It's fine, but it's not scratching the itch for Unga Bunga. Have you checked the forges? No, I believe that's how I would, like, finish the game, is I would go to the forges. And then that would take me to Ashen Capital. Going Rune of Gravity. Strength without bonk is not the same. Distortion Field. Rock Heave. Gaze of Meter. Implosion. Meteorite. Okay. My car is there as normal. Okay, let's warp up to there and then go north to the Ancestral Shaman. As someone who has participated in a few archipelagos, do you think a Resident Evil would be a fun game to include in one, or do you think the games are too linear? I mean, I feel like you could still absolutely have fun with it, but it is possible that the Resident Evil player would be stuck for a while. Charred Banished Knight. These mod makers really love the Banished Knights. This one's not even backstabbable. If I was a mod maker, I'd have just taken the Banished Knights out entirely. Oh, just no more of these. Volcano Cave. From here. I might have to actually go around and go the normal way. I don't know that there's a way up to there from here. Aside from possibly doing the Falling Star Beast skip. I mean, I guess I could at least look at what the front of Volcano Manor looks like. See if it's changed. Can't get up from here, gotta go around. Unless I know the skipper. With Archipelago, the general rule of thumb is that the more different paths, the more interesting the game can end up. That's probably generally true. I don't know that that's always true, but that's probably generally true. You want to have a lot of things that you could potentially do at any given time. Okay. Volcano Manor looking a little normal. Everything is just fewer necessary key items blocking at least early progress. Yeah, that's true. The optimal would be you start with a lot open and then key items would unlock more from there. It is okay if there's one really early roadblock that you need to get. Okay, can I get the... I was so close. You can definitely do the skip still. I was so close to making it up there. Your game is working. Yes, let's go. Oh, so close again. RPGs with lots of incremental gating, games like Souls with very few extremely important items tend to be less interesting. I do agree as well. Yeah. Very close again, very close again. You need to get it where it like keeps pushing torrent up and you just make it up. And it looks like it shouldn't work because it really shouldn't work, but there we go. Easy. Which class is the question? That is a question that may take you a while to figure out. Die. Okay, I swear I just saw a bird like directly in front of the camera and then it like shrunk into the distance and disappeared. That was very strange looking. Oh, Frenzied Flame Seal. I am doing Frenzied Flame stuff, so I should probably start using that. Oh, no pinned message. Let's see if there's anything else interesting. Okay, this is definitely new. Oh. Oh, where to go? Wait. Was this a patches-like cave? It was. Whoa! But they blocked off. They blocked off the way to go. Also, new tree enemies? Uh-oh, I only know caves if they're patches likes. Where you hug right and drop down. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm back to the entrance. Like the gravity rune I got? Oh, yeah. His head, yes. Meteorite of Estelle, Collapsing Nebula, Meteor Sling, Crush. Crush might be new. The rest seem normal. Die. Okay, but where do I trade people? They turn into earth when they die. Okay. And just nothing this way. So I guess the only option then is drop down partially and then Oh! The backstab on the Reaper is pretty neat. Aha! Spear of the Dreaming. Dex Arcane causes sleep. Okay. Pretty cool. Was that Groot? Hello, Groots. Many Groots. Oh, she summons dogs. Okay, why does that deal damage when she does that? Oh, she summons goats! I wonder if the goat actually does damage. Not really. Oh, it does cause sleep buildup, though. Jar Cannon. Shining Rune of the Ancestors. Okay. Call to Slumber. Bewitch. Psychic Agony. And Seeker's Salvo. Psychic Agony sounds kind of neat. Quickly release a projectile on an enemy, instantly removing 15% of their total HP. After 3 seconds, their HP will be restored. Oh, so you can use it as like an execute. If they're under 15%, you just throw that and they instantly die. That sounds pretty good. That's normal, that's normal, that's normal. Lanciax was moved. Those are normal. However, I do want to do the Altus Tunnel regardless. Let's also do Mount Gelmir over there. Because it should have my Somber Stone Bell Bearing. 15% of current HP or max HP? You know, I assumed max, but I guess I don't know for sure. I think I know why the Ash War feels so bad. The first part does like 0 damage despite seeming like a significantly heavier impact. Yeah. I could read the description and see if I'm using it wrong. It's always possible that you're supposed to, like, press it in specific ways to get different effects. Oh, it did say total. Okay. What does it say? Stomp your back foot and launch forward with a sweeping uppercut attack, then follow up with another skill attack to perform a spinning swipe. Nope, that's just how it is. All right, let's go get our Somber Bell Bearing, and then I think let's find another strength weapon. And of course it whiffs. There is also that. That does also feel particularly bad. We've been to the forge yet. Nope. Oh, a spirit spring there. I feel like that was not there before. Maybe I just am not remembering.
Oh, are you here as a cousin?
Well, let me see what this does. Oh, nothing. I'll take it anyway. I think there's a jump down to the thing. I'm not sure I've done it. Actually, I think I have, but I don't remember. I mean, this feels like you're just safe. Yeah. Okay. I guess there wasn't even a jump down. You could just kind of go down. Okay. No plans tomorrow, but work keeps asking if I can take the shit. Yeah. Not my problem. Yep. Good way to do it. Do not, do not let work determine when you're allowed to, you know, take your normal days that you want to take. Absolutely go work an extra day if you've got no plans. And you're like, oh, I can do that, but... Not at the cost of all of your plans. I do not remember the way in. This is the way. Okay, this is it. Yeah, the Ash of War seem to just break their stance slower than just attacking them normally. A shining glintstone rune. This mod, do you get bell bearing for infinite stones? Yes, but you've got to find them in mostly the normal locations. Oh, let's also warp to there. I also want to see... I mean, that looks normal, but... Check the teleporter here, you never know. Not my fault about their planning, yep. Maybe the numbers got boofed somewhere in the Ash of War? Could be, could be. Okay, yep. Hey, gold mask. I mean, while I'm here, I guess I'll get the grace. You'll download this mod tomorrow. Nice. It has been a fun one. And I'm sure you could make much more overpowered builds than what I've got. Regular worm face. What? Well, they didn't fix that hitbox. And worm face ashes. Okay. That'd be like uber difficult mod, but it seems mostly fair, especially considering you aren't upgrading fully. Yeah. I don't think it is an uber difficult mod. I don't think that's the intention. Okay, let's find a new weapon, because the scythe, it's not doing it for me. Alright, looking for the next thing after War Scythe. Gilded Quarterstaff, north of Church of Vows. Okay. Gilded Quarterstaff. I mean, that sounds more like a staff than a bonk, but they say this is on the Dreadnought, so yeah, Torrent has skins, yes. A quarterstaff is definitely a bonk. I guess so. Gilded Quarterstaff. Alright, what? Oh, it's a twin blade. Oh, standard strike pierce. Okay. Yeah, no, this does count as bonk. Oh. Its first hit is like a thrust. And then it spins around. I see now. Oh. Backflip that can guard break enemies. Oh, it acts as like a kick. Charge the skill to unleash a mighty staff slam. Then use a heavy attack after the backflip or the slam to propel forward in a low sweep. So if they're guarding, you just do this to break their guard. And if they're not guarding, Sun Wukong, you do that. Oh, that splash damage. Okay, all right. This is seeming. We can work with this. We can work with this. We can work with this. Legendary bonk. Whoa. I'm invaded? Aha, Ensha. It looks, the lighting is so different though. Big bonk. Bro got poise mogged. Yep. Seven still? Or are you good enough to go higher? Strength scaling S+. Holy. I will let you use some colossals. No ancient yet, though. No ancient somber for you. I'm not that decided on you yet, but you get some colossals. Godskin Matriarch? Oh, that's new. Oh, that's very new. I wonder if that's only after turning it upside down. Let's go check. It should be. He's gone beyond +7. He's gone mad. +9? No one's ever done that before. fear we may have lost him. He's gone too far. And we crafted a rainbow stone. Yep. I still feel like that might have been an invisible bridge. Because I don't remember going to the other side of that. But oh well. Dedication is terrifying. Thank you. You're just never going to use the shadow stones? Well, I don't have enough ancient stones. I need to get a source of infinite ancient stones, which actually maybe I have. Maybe I could check at Roundtable Hold if I do have infinite ancient stones. Something fits on this pedestal. Oh, right. I recall that, and there's nothing there except for death. Another downside of making another tier of upgrades. I mean, as long as every stone is eventually obtainable infinitely, I don't think it matters that much, but... if there's any tier that is not obtainable infinitely, then that could be bothersome. Die, Miriam. No chasing you all around. Oh, and that's the carrion inverted statue is right here. Okay. I mean, I'll still explore to the top. As long as I'm getting a lot of FPS drops for you, it's kind of annoying sometimes. Yes, but it doesn't bother me that much, but yes, it has been. I think I just gotta drop right there. Receptor's big hat. You love a big hat. I have to imagine there are infinite base max stones, otherwise it would just be awkward. I have to imagine that as well. One must imagine Mitchifus happy. Love this mod. Absolutely adore the fact it actually encourages you to fight side bosses. Yeah. I mean, I just like that there's just new stuff. Like, even a randomizer, I'm usually very happy to play because it's like, oh, stuff's all in a different spot now and all this. But especially brand new. Miriam, I killed you already. Miriam, you're dead. Is Miriam supposed to still exist here if you've killed? The other Miriam? I feel like that's not supposed to occur. Yes? There's two Miriams? This is actually Miriam? Oh, that was like an illusion? I see. I mean, I could go back and try to kill, but This is actually Mayrim. Oh. Spelled it backwards. Okay, no torrent allowed on this bridge. Hey, the Godskin Noble set. Due to the upside down thing. That is pretty funny. Actually, since it's upside down, what if it was... We... Like with W's. We're... Would just be Weirium, right? We'll... I don't know. You can do something with it. Look, they've taken over the whole tower. Just dancing, having a good time. A new torrent? Holy shamoly. Hey, this is my horse. Mount. Carrion Knight Steed. I guess you could just write an upside down font. Okay, let's see. What does this mount do? Speed 110%, dash and vulnerability lesser, ability focus recovery. Oh, so while you're writing, I mean it just looks cool, so we'll take it. While you're writing it, you get a faster FP recovery, I guess. Also buffs for torrent now? I'm definitely playing this. There are, yep. Skins that give different effects. No! Maybe this is where Godskin Duo got placed instead? I sure hope not. Your head is on fire. What does that do? Looks cool. The effect, it doesn't actually have any cool effect on it, which I don't know why. It's like such a cool helm, but it's just Int and Faith by 2, FP cost of incantations by 4%, and the damage of frenzy incantations by 4%. We've just been keeping it on for the aesthetics. It gives absolutely nothing that I want at all, but the aesthetics. What do you think of revamped Raya Lucaria? Loved how it wasn't really just a straight line to Renala, and there's more looping. I thought it was cool. Yeah, yeah. Also revamped Caria Manor was cool. How much have they changed the areas? Some a lot. Like, I mean, all of this is new also for this tower. Normally it's just a tower you just go to and you ride up to the top and you get the thing. Now there's a whole area here. Giant dragon in Cerulean Coast. There was? Or dungeon. Sorry, giant dungeon. I was like, dragon? Yeah, there was a giant dungeon in Cerulean Coast. That was like entirely new. That was really cool. That's probably the coolest thing we found so far. Was Godric's Tower changed as well? We haven't been allowed into Godric's Tower yet. The teleporter says it's inactive even though we have Godric's Rune, so... Also the dopest boss so far, yeah. What if the Godric Tower houses Rick? Yes, that must be it. We've got to find our way in. The slam is pretty fun. A stronger Rick is way too scary. Now, surely they would have toned him down. Slamming the bonk stick into the ground. Silverhusk was a good lamenter, kinda. Yeah. A better version of a sort of lamenter thing. Wasn't like really lamenter, but you know. That's because it was good. Gotta be careful on these bridges. Okay, we've made it to the top. Okay, boss at the top here. So let's see what this is. Okay, this is different. Uh-oh, she's got the curse mark of death now. Oh! Whoa! And bonk. That was pretty cool. I couldn't quite figure out the timing of a lot of her stuff, but oh, she's a remembrance boss too. Holy. Curse mark of death. I don't know if I can now just give this to Ronnie or something, but give me this. Dusk Bolt. Deicide. Wait. Oh, is that a weapon buff? Godslayer's Devotion. Wrath of the Queen. Wait a minute. Legendary Enchantment. Increases total FP by 25%. Lowers the FP cost of all spells by 20%. And increases your poise, but lowers your HP recovery from Flask by 50%. And lowers all non-spell negation. Or lowers all non-spell, sorry, damage. Damage, not negation, by 75%. Each time you cast a Godslayer incantation, you are healed by 7% of total HP, and 30 stamina points are restored. Wow, okay. Or Godslayer's Devotion. Increases all holy damage you deal by 10%. Reduces the stamina cost of attacks by 20%. Reduces the FP cost of weapon skills by 80%, but reduces total FP by 70%. Each time you strike an enemy with a weapon attack, you gain a stackable effect, which decreases the FP cost of incantations by 15% and increases casting speed by 5 per attack. When you cast incantation, it clears all previous attacks and heals you for 50% of total HP. Huh. So it's like a spell. It's like a spell blade incantation build where you hit to make your incantation free and faster, and then when you need a heal, you cast your incantation and it heals you. Okay, interesting. Veskin permabuffs are cool. Those are both quite cool. And then Deicide. Invoke the power to slay the gods. Invoke the full strength of destined death and launch yourself into the air, conjuring a great sword of red and black flame. So it's not a buff. Then fly towards foes, planting the sword into the ground and striking them with multiple illusory slashes in front of you. Then follow up with a single horizontal slash that conjures a red and black tornado of flames around you. The attacks inflict greater soul burn, draining a small amount of HP for a short time. This effect does not stack with itself, but does stack with lesser soul burn. Okay, wow. This is also a greater soul burn. But just throw it at him. Charging increases potency. Wow, okay. Neato. Then throws it on the garbage pile. Yeah, I mean, I'm not using that. That expects me to cast things. I'm not casting things. Ire of the Dragon God. Dragon King's Cragblade. Godskin Flare with Godskin Ascension. Inflict Soul Burn. Ooh. Inflicts a unique status. Is that a staff I see? A quarter staff. Okay, the greatsword moveset that kind of sucks. Or not greatsword, sorry, curved sword. Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, and every hit does the dot on them. And then at any time you can just... Oh, you're too far away from me? Wait, what? Oh, so charging does that. Uncharging does that. So uncharged is close up. And has follow-ups. Okay, that's pretty cool. Or charged. That's... Okay. Or it looks like a whole staff to you. Nah, surely just a quarter. Frida and Elden Ring. Ah, yeah. That's... I mean, that's... That is quite cool. The actual attacks with it, it's the curved sword moveset. It's whatever. But every attack doing a dot is really cool. And both of those weapon arts are very cool. Was the dragon spell I got? The plants in the ground in front of the caster, the stake then builds with power before detonating into a massive explosion. It's Placidusax's big explosion attack. Is what it is. Unfortunately, though, I must bonk. I've always wanted to use that. Well, here's your chance. All right. Godskin Apostle alive, but that should be normal. Deathbird alive. Okay, let me just... Is Malekith Blade the same? I would assume so. You know, I could take a look. Destined Death, Colossal Sword, Inflict Soul Burn. So this also does dot on every hit. Yeah. It's normal. It is cool. It ain't bad. I could use it. It is strength. It is strength with Int and Arcane, or sorry, Int and Faith, which I do have a lot of. But it is just vanilla. Like, this being primarily strength and then secondary Int Faith is kind of exactly what I want, but it's just a vanilla... This is the other one, but it's primarily Int Faith, but it is also fun. I do like using this Colossal Sword as well. I don't see anything new about it. Unfortunately. The one-hand moveset? Is there supposed to be something new with it? I'm not seeing anything that looks new with it. There is something new about it. I don't know. I can't find it. I don't think I read anything on the description of it either that sounded new. I mean, aside from it says it. No. No, it says all the same. Don't know. Excuse me, I don't think you give anything important. Only soul burn on hit now, it seems. Yeah. Holy grease. Die. Golden displacement. Instant travel forward a short distance, sudden flash of light. This distance is augmented by momentum. Okay. The pinned message disappeared again. Oh no. Okay, well, that sounds that sounds normal. That sounds normal. I don't want to do Esker. I guess we can be on our way to the mountaintops, try to finish out the base game, and then find our way back into the DLC eventually. All right, to the Forbidden Lands. No help. Which unpinned again? Oh, I could even head to the Realm of Shadow like this. That would also work. Northlands. Okay, they don't call it mountaintops. For pin, you do have to select unpin at end of stream. There's a setting to make it not automatically. I knew it would stagger. Easy. So I guess that replaces the BBK here. Oh, just kidding. There's still a BBK here. Hate that. Got him. Nice. And my cool new horse. Gargoyle's Black Blades, Gargoyle's Black Axe, presumably normal. Why does Convergence have vanilla multiplayer item pickups? Probably because they just didn't bother to change out everything. Gargoyle. Looks like Mitch is liking the moveset. It's pretty cool. It's not my absolute favorite, but we can use it for a while. Also, I like the flip bonk. The flip bonk is nice. Wukong at home, yep. But I am at home. Sounds like the perfect Wukong for me. I think Stone Bell Bearing 3. Yippee! Wukong was a decent game. Hope the sequel is even better. It was a good game, yeah. Yeah, I liked it. Reddit torrent do be looking good, yeah. You think this will be one of the horse skins we get in the Tarnished edition? Is Convergence Mod 3 better than OG base game? Like, as an overall product, if you were to say this just is the game and the other one doesn't exist, probably not. But as a thing to play, if you've already played the base game, I mean, yeah, I'd rather play this right now than play the base game again. The issue was there was only one boss that was properly difficult. Yeah, I could, yeah, for Wukong, yeah. I would say at least 2. But yes, there were not that many bosses that were that difficult in Wukong. I don't think it needs to be, though. Like, I don't think that's what it was, like, going for. You think speedruns will change with the new classes from the Tarnished edition? I think it's very unlikely. Because we don't currently use any of the existing classes. So making the class pool bigger by 20% or something, whatever amount it is. When currently all of the classes are not used, you just start with one that happens to have good enough stats. Oh. and then swap to a different weapon. Like, maybe one of them will have slightly better stats, and so it'll... Oh, wow, this one actually saves 5 total seconds. Oh, Grand Fire Prelate. Don't like the Fire Prelates. Alright. Just wonder if this new mod may become your new base game. No. No. It's cool. It's fun. I like it, but a new base game? No. Oh, I should probably also go to Castle Sol. Now that I think about it. See if Nile is changed. And given that that's, you know, normally a very important spot for unlocking stuff, feels like a good candidate for a possible rework, a possible new boss, or just a possible new reward for the same stuff if they haven't changed it. That's looking pretty normal to me. The beast eye quivers. Elfin Steeple. What would it take for people to consider an overhaul as base? I'm not sure that could possibly happen. I'm not sure that is something that you could conceivably have happen. Might as well kill the Deathrite Bird while I'm here. You'll smack. Weapon is a Wukong staff. That is one of them, yep. That is the one that we have now found and are now working with. Just die! Yeah! Don't have to run away if he just dies. Shining Rune of Necromancy. Let's see. Does the staff scale with strength? It does, yes. Soul Steel. Okay, that sounds kind of neat. Violently rip an enemy's soul from their body as a projectile that moves toward the caster. The enemy instantly becomes stunned. When the soul is absorbed, the caster becomes drained of all stamina for a few seconds and loses all remaining FP. If the caster is affected by the Phoenix of Death sorcery, the spell will replenish the Death Ward effect of that spell if Death Ward is not currently active. So you get a cheat death, and you can get your cheat death back by stealing the enemy's soul. But when it hits you, you lose all your stamina and mana. So you take that burden in order to replenish a cheat death. It seems like it'd be Dex. I mean, it's a bonk. It's S plus strength. People think Convergence mod devs are better at making games than From Software or Wild. I mean, I think there's some aspects that are better. But, like, obviously, the large majority of all, you know, animations in the game, or in the mod, come from Elden Ring itself, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, or, you know, various other, like, trying to fully design around an entirely new game from scratch is just so much harder than remixing existing stuff. Die. What in the tarnish died twice is this? Not so far. Are there any new Ashes of War, or all new weapons are unique like Somber? I don't think I've gotten a new universal Ash of War that I can apply to multiple weapons, but I'm not sure. Or that even From Software uses animations, yeah. Okay, I'll just do a quick quit out. Just a quick little quit out. And I mean, also just in general, it's so much easier on everything to, you know, tweak than it is to create. Like, if I knew how to code, I could probably be an okay modder. Like, because I've got ideas for tweaks that could be made. Eclipse Shotel. You think that one's still terrible? Death Flare. Causes death buildup. Eh. But, I do not think I'd be a good actual, like, start from nothing, make something game developer. I could take something that already exists and be like, all right, time to make this a little bit better. Okay, Nile looking similar. Okay, well, that sucked. That's the classic Nile. You get it one hit from death, you get clipped by one thing, and then you are fully stun locked to death with nothing you can do. Because summons are very cool and fun. Classic Nile. I want to break your guard with this. I've been told this can break guards. Hey, put your guard up so I can break it. Hey, put your guard up. Okay, I was told that can break a guard. That did not really break a guard. This modder loves banished knights, so they wouldn't change that. That's true. There have been a lot of banished knights. Oh, Veteran's Helm. Will it finally be time to move on from the Midra? Is this good enough? Strength and Dex by 1, Endurance and Vigor by 2. When you drink your Wondrous Physic, you and all allies gain an effect that increases all stats by 10, increases poise damage by 15%, and increases poise for 2 minutes. You know, I hate to say it, but it's time we moved on. It's time we moved on. I will remember you. Will you remember me? Drip greater than useful stats. It's too useful. My separation anxiety. No. Do we transmog now? Absolutely never. Absolutely never. Radiant Rune of Frost. Ooh. Zamor Ice Storm. Whiteout. Snow Witch's Cunning. Ice Guardian's Reckoning. Let's see. Increases total HP and stamina by 15%, and increases all magic damage you deal by 10%, but increases the FP cost of sorceries by 40%. Striking frostbitten enemies with any 5 hits will cause them to freeze in place for 5 seconds. Enemies that are frozen cannot perform actions and will take 90% reduced damage from hits, but shatter effects will deal increased damage. Enemies can only be frozen once per instance of frostbite. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But Fashion Souls. I mean, Veteran's Helm is also pretty fashionable, but... And then Snow Witch's Cunning. Channel the power of the Dark Moon into your body, augmenting your magical abilities. While active, this spell grants 5 FP recovery per second, increases casting speed by 99, increases all non-physical absorption by 20%, and increases stamina recovery, but also lowers total HP by 10%. I mean, that, if you're gonna cast, like, that sure seems, like, pretty, like, universally just, yeah, it's just, you just get to cast well. That's pretty good. So HP and stamina. If I was doing magic damage, if I was doing a full frost build, this would definitely be very cool. A frost shatter build. Estelle. Deathrite Bird. I mean, I guess let's continue up to Forge of the Giants, I suppose. We just teleport up there or go... Let's go. We can go around normally by Borealis. Beloved Stardust, but better and also without taking up a talisman slot. Yeah. But taking up your mega buff instead. Do I not have... I don't. Very cool. Done that town? Well, the black knives are at. Oh, Ordina? No, I haven't been into Consecrated Snowfield. No. We'll do that when we go over there. All right, Borealis, prepare to get bonked. Sorta region locking himself for fun. Sorta. Bye-bye. Feels like Mountaintop's got the least changes. Yeah, so far we haven't... Oh, Rhymeheart. I'm gonna guess that does frost damage. That looks really cool, though. What is it? There it is. It's an axe. Icy Fling. Int Arcane causes frost buildup. It's a guaranteed axe and shield. You can't unshield. Oh, you hit with the shield. I can't fling it though. I don't have the stats to fling it. We're gonna have to try it back at round table. God of War cosplay, yeah. Somberstone Bellbearing 3. Still playing through the mod, I guess it's fair to say you're really enjoying this mod. I am, yes. Aha, yep. Doesn't look like there's any, like, chase the axe or anything. It's just throw the axe. Still pretty neat. And is, in fact, magic damage with frost buildup. So, if you were going to use that frosty super spell that we found, that would be a potential. Yo, thanks, Ollie M. Maybe the description could give you a hint. You know, it could, but... The axe is then reconjured to your hand. Yeah. Just does the normal. Alright, Vikel. Your time is now. 130 crit too? Oh, I did not notice that. That's pretty solid. How's mod? Fun. That's a different weapon for Vike. It just never hits. The follow-up just never hits. Oh! Ow. Is he supposed to do that from 0 range? Alright, whatever. Die. Don't even get the new weird weapon he was using. Do I like watching horror movies? Sometimes, if they're good. I think horror movie has like a big variance in quality. But I do like a good horror movie. I've heard good things about Obsession. I definitely would go see that. Ancient Line Strike, Ancient Line Spirit, Vike's Dragon Bolt, Fortis Axe's Lightning. Okay. Fairly normal. Is that the Monkey Kings? It is basically the, Oh, this is new. Basically Wukong's staff, yes. Guardian's Garrison. I should have known. This makes perfect sense for them to put as a, as something you actually need to go through instead of a tiny little building off to the side that everyone ignores. Clever, clever. Here's Scarab. Oh. Hey. Excuse me, I'm trying to kill this scarab. Hold on a minute. Come out because you noticed something. Prelate's charge. Okay, classic. A classic. One devs for this mod, and looks like you have found a bug in the early access with your build, which will likely make you quite a bit stronger than you should be. Really? Okay. What bug have I found that will be fixed? Should I stop using something? Is it that I can activate martial stuff while also maintaining buffs by just making sure not to have a seal equipped? That Scarab there was a bug. This is true. Mainly that. I see. I am in fact cheesing everything. I kind of thought so. I was like, this feels like they don't intend for you to be able to do this. Like, I expected all seals to have either int or faith scaling to prevent you from using buffs, and then also getting the weapon stuff, or the armor stuff. I feel like the armor stuff is really, like, meh, though. Like, it's kind of whatever. But it is nice for surviving. Cheating. When we activate an armor ability, it should also be clearing all spell buffs. Yeah, I thought it said that, but it wasn't doing that, so I was like, okay. It might be clearing one of my buffs. No, it's not even clearing the holy one. The fact that it isn't clearing is the bug. Gotcha. Cheating Charlie. I'm bug testing. I'm simply bug testing. This is an important part of the development process. I'm finding bugs. Reporting to them to my local developer that's watching in stream. I'm doing my part. What weapon is this? Where's Midra's helm? I was gone for a while. This is the Gilded Quarterstaff, which is a strength scaling twin blade that bonks. And Midra's helm has been replaced by our veteran's helm because the effect on it is just too good. So early access exists, and I'm testing it for us. Yeah. Oh yeah, that totally makes sense that you would either want the buffs or the armor sets. I mean, for the purposes of what the armor sets are, of like, they're supposed to only be if you're using nothing with, you know, int faith and no buffs and stuff like that. All right, is Fire Giant changed? Hello, Mitch. I am a bug. I see you found a dev. Yeah. The effect on it is too good. Said 2 minutes ago, the armor buffs were meh. Yeah, it's true. But when compared with nothing, it's too good. When compared with I'm a melee build and this increases incantations and I don't cast incantations. The effect of increasing all stats by 10, poise damage by 15%, and poise for 2 minutes. is a whole lot more than nothing. I think I would still rather have the buffs I've been using, especially if I can find a good defensive buff, although I haven't really looked through mine. I think it's only defensive that I'm missing, that hopefully lasts forever. But fashion. The armor pieces can be seen as the spell runes for the martial classes. So it's a full armor set, it becomes a specialized build that's really good at certain playstyle. Yeah, I mean, I have almost all the veterans set. The big problem for me with armor sets is I don't like that it's using a consumable for the gloves. The other ones I get. The consumable on gloves, I'm like, I don't want to use a consumable, but I understand that you could craft enough that you'd never have to worry, but eh. Yeah, I don't have the full Lionel set, but I wonder what that is all about. Greaves being long-lasting HP and recover and take less damage. Very good. This being stamina recovery. Very good. I don't know what the chest would be or the helm, but presumably very good when I find them. What else can we build triggers on? Already using all the flasks. My thought is if there are buffs that are allowed to be active forever, I'd be okay with the armor just being active forever. But I mean, it's your game. You don't have to take just my random I don't like using consumables because I'm just a person who doesn't like using consumables. I'd be okay with the armor just having the effects, and again it being like as long as you have no spell buffs and no weapon that scales with int faith, I'd be like, yep, that's a trade I'm willing to like understand and make. I just get these passively all the time. Or a lot of them are like activate after certain conditions. So maybe not a lot of them, but like it'll be like for 2 minutes, anytime you hit this, you get a thing that lasts for 40 seconds or whatever. So if it's just you always have the effect, but it's only when you hit you get the thing that lasts for 40 seconds. I feel like that kind of makes sense as well. But could also double up on triggers. Could be. Like, for example, Lionel's Gauntlet, I think could still be on... Or not Gauntlet. Lionel's... No, Veteran's Armor. Which continuously recovers HP per second. Which, honestly, I probably don't even want compared to... What was the other one I was using? Oh, it was Elden Lord armor. That's it. Well, the problem is Elden Lord armor defense is kind of low, but... Oh, reducing weapon and stamina cost by 8%, though, is quite nice. Increasing all damage... All incoming damage by 10% for 1 minute is pretty cool. And the effect stacks with itself. Wait. Does it stack and refresh? I never tried this. I don't even know. Am I just immune to damage if I drink flask 10 times? Long duration balances out nicely with having to use a consumables, especially with how many resources can be replenished from shops. Sure, if you like to use consumables. I don't want to ever use a consumable. I don't like consumables. I totally get. Yes, if I look at my inventory, I do in fact have thousands of consumables that I could craft infinitely of I could absolutely use greases. I got thousands of greases. I could even have drawstring ones so you can rebuff real quick in the middle of a fight. I absolutely could use any and all of those. I just don't want to. I don't like things being consumed. Even if I've got more than enough of them. So I totally get balance-wise, it's totally balanced. I just don't like it. All regression. Okay, these are all standard stuff. Consumable-wise, I usually use boiled crab. Yeah, I do. We do have the always be crabbing because we did crabs for the French challenge because it was just you used everything you could and you could buy infinite crabs. So we do have the meme of that. That would almost be acceptable, but otherwise I'm just generally not a consumable user. There's one new magic spell. Oh, out of them? Anima Magica. This effect never expires. Infuse your spirit with power, causing each glint sorcery you cast to increase the damage of glint sorceries by 1%. This effect stacks up to 9 times. When you cast your 10th glint sorcery, previous effects are removed, and you gain increased damage of all glint sorceries by 15%. Reduced EP cost of sorceries by 20%. 10 EP regeneration per second. Additional poise, all for 30 seconds. While this effect is active, you cannot gain stacks. Okay. Yep, your standard, build it up, and then you get a big effect. Cool. Neat. How about one consumable used by some no-hit runners? Might fly under your radar. Don't break your rules. It also triggers gloves. Is it not actually consumed? I mean, like a tool or something? I mean, you can tell me about it either way, and I might just choose not to. Get it for 5 runes a pop. I mean, I know it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter to me that it doesn't matter. 5 runes is 5 more than I'm willing to spend. Like throwing knives wouldn't activate the buff, I don't think, but glass shards. Eat glass shards and get bled. Okay, that is pretty funny. Oh, wait. I guess I could just keep my seal on to play within the rules. So that I can't get the martial buffs. This zoom out is actually quite nice. It's actually making this a lot more bearable. I could actually see when he was gonna slam. I didn't have to just know. Which I do know, but... You think they upped the riposte damage? Probably not. W angle. Oh, well, that's awkward. Okay. Remembrance and the map. Yippee! It's a Gino bone out move. Yeah, that is definitely a bone out move. Pillage corpse. Sword of the Cyclops. Great sword. Okay. Fire damage. Faith scaling. Inflicts immolation. Oh, it's the great sword moveset that I don't like. Does it at least have the good... Okay, it has the good tap R2s. Okay. Whoa! Okay, that's pretty neat. Whoa! Doesn't look like it has a follow-up. Most backseating comes from people wanting to not watch people waste either of their time. But it's not wasting time to, you know, to explore and find things. It is not wasting time to find things on your own. Ooh, Elden Lord Crown. Could go with the Elden Lord armor. Except that we're not actually probably going to use it, but... Lion's aspect. When you drink, you gain an effect that adds 5 additional stamina recovery, lowers the FP cost of weapons skill attacks by 20%, and adds 20% additional poise damage to your attacks. Lasts for 2 minutes. It's pretty good. Why is Millicent's all the way down at the bottom? But I mean, I guess if we're not doing any of that, I guess I'll just wear my heaviest armor. Like, treat it like it's normal armor, since I'm buffing with spells. NPT. Oh, is this the thing? Offer keystones? I just don't want them to miss something, IDK. Yeah, but if you miss something, you miss something. It is what it is. Let's see. The sword looks dope. I do like the look of this sword. Whoa. Now I can go to the forge. The fire giant had the 4th keystone, right? I didn't get it from him. I already had all 5 beforehand. I think. Yeah. No, Malekith had number 5. Morgott had number 4. Or something. I do not recall. You need to play through with all classes to see what we missed. Yeah, just with all classes.
This world and death. Are you to commit? Very let my hand.
Let my hand. Surely the cutscene... I guess no, the cutscene doesn't have to be changed. It just doesn't go into Farum Azula after. Did I fall for the ball trap? I did get... straight to Ashen Capital, as I expected. Which makes way more sense than whatever happened in the regular game. Do I one-shot at all the bosses in Elden Ring Convergence mod? That... From what I hear, you could maybe do with a bugged buff. But I do not know. I like that you can ride Torrent here. Is every streamer going through that place? Aw, so sad. Oh. Yeah. I just wanted to look and see if there was the golden seed there. But I guess I've already taken the golden seed. So, why would it be there? I do wonder why my infinitely long Blessing of Grace keeps expiring. It is infinitely long, right? Never expires. Recast to toggle the effect. Yeah. I don't know why this one in particular keeps going away. All right, Mr. Gideon. It probably makes no sense to use this particular... Oh! No, Gideon! Let's go! Whoa! That did a lot. Okay, that's the Crucible Knight, but... Why did it almost one-shot me? Nice. Holy moveset, yeah. Got him. First try with a +0 weapon. Yippee! It might be harder than Godfrey. I mean, there was a lot of moves there. +0. It also scales more with faith than with strength, and I have more strength, but you know, whatever. I also have a full physical build currently with my talismans and such. Let's see what his remembrance gives us. Sword of Hadia. Hadia's... Yep. That's what I was thinking. No passive effects on it. Crucible's Fury. Let's see what it is. It's actually a dex scaling, or sorry, faith scaling great sword that deals physical. I do like the Sword of the Cyclops, but let's try it out. Let's give it the old college try. That feels like a sped up R1 sequence. Like, it's normal R1, but then it's like... Maybe I'm wrong. It feels slightly different. Ah, you get to do that. And you can follow it up. Ah. That is pretty cool. Read its description. The Sword of Hadia, first of the Crucible, adorned with ancient runes and worn from use in countless battles. This weapon channels the ancient power of creation. Is my health bar longer? Yes. In the training grounds, you can get 99 of all stats, so you can try out anything you want without having to, like, worry about, I don't have enough stats for this. I shall never again don the armor of my kin. I shall never again hide behind my birthright. Unique skill, Crucible's Fury. Leap into the air and bring the sword into a downward thrust amidst a vortex of energy. Follow up with a strong attack to perform a double slash that sends out a wave of energy toward foes. Neat. I don't know. I'm liking the Sword of the Cyclops, though. The immolation effect on it seems really nice. Just adds a bunch of damage to it. And technically, our build can just go to fire. It's the Hadean. The what now? I wonder why it was worn out. Oh, yeah. Uses defenses of all types. Yeah, I don't know if I need those. So Shining, the highest one, most damage you can get, but then lowers all your defenses. And like, we probably don't need that. I do have a ton of these, though. Oh, I could actually get all 4. I could get all the remaining ones. Oh, well. Don't need them for now, at least. So if I also mix my physic to be fire. Okay, I've got my fire build. Do we do DLC tomorrow? Probably, because it's already 4:30, so we can't go for too much longer. One is the longest serving of the Crucible Knights. Doesn't make a lot of sense, though. So true. Why didn't this mod think about the lore of the existing... Or why didn't the original Elden Ring devs think about the lore of this mod, more like? Didn't FromSoft know that Heydia was there longer? Any AB4P practice planned this week? Yes, hopefully. Well, not planned, not like scheduled, but like I sure hope so. We gotta get that for sure. Maybe I should look through all of my spells and see if I have any defensive buffs. Weapon enchantment, 85 holy damage. Especially damaging to those who live in death. Ah. Striking enemies with your weapon is enchanted will restore 2% of your total health over 5 seconds. This effect stacks. Oh, that's also neat. Signature. Signature. Legendary. 15 stamina recovery. Holy. Use poison weapon. That would be really good if I was doing a holy build. Weapon enchantment. Offensive. 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 Legendary. Offensive. Offensive weapon. Legendary. Legendary. I have no offensive incantation or defensive incantations. What about perpetual enchantment? Increases the damage of glint sorcery by 5% and generates 1 FP per second. This effect never expires. I mean, I don't really care about that, but that's a different thing. Perpetual did not say legendary. Offensive. Signature. Cover your body with a single large bubble containing frozen lightning. Increases all absorption by 75%. Increases all lightning damage you deal by 5%. Effect ends after 1 minute or after being hit 1 or more times. Okay, that's not a last forever. Offensive. Weapon. Weapon. Perpetual. Immune to spirit summon debuffs and adds 8 stamina recovery. 8 stamina recovery for free. That sounds good. I'll equip that and try. New spell build for this playthrough. New game +8 something. One of every stat type. Do we and can we execute the spell? That is the other question. I can respec if I need to. They do exist. You just seem to have somehow missed all of them. Somehow I've missed every one, and I don't get it. They're just all gone. Because I've got a legendary offensive, weapon, signature. And now, I don't remember what it was, what it looked like. A cursed binding. I think it was cursed bindings. Add stamina recovery, yeah. Oh, do I just not have enough mana for it? Or is it... Does that mean you have to use a consumable? Are you sure you could do that? I mean, I don't want to, but... I sure would rather not respec, but... Okay. Why it no let me... Oh, because it's a sorcery, that's why. I need a sorcery casting thing to cast a sorcery, because they're not incantations, those are different things. That would do it. Right. Okay, okay. Yeah, looks like I can have that. And the legendary, so yeah. Gotta use a staff. Okay, let me keep looking and see if there's any more... Any defensive buffs. Preferably one that lasts forever. Legendary... Telekinetic... Nope. No defensive buffs at all. But I mean, alright, it's fine. What do I need it for? Wonder if the soul steel works on bosses. Yeah, I mean, who knows? All right. Are you standard? Sure look like it. I mean, truly, how could you... hope to change perfection? Nice. Worth it. And fire. So, cinema. Probably the default remembrance weapon, but let's see. Easy. Did you ever find the Dark Moon Great Ring for the good ending? No. No, I did not. Or lose Earthshaker. Axe of Godfrey. Unsurprising. Looks the same. Crucible Betrayer just before Horlu. Guess he was tracking down their leader. I guess so. Or I don't know. I don't know what the story is. I don't even know what the story of Elden Ring is. Yeah, let's go for some more faith. Why not? Yeah, so warping doesn't get rid of Three Fingers Embrace, but seems to get rid of basically all the other ones. Nice. No, didn't get the buff off in time. This is looking pretty unchanged. Ah. A little early. Used to actually having to roll his attacks and not just scripting him. Hi-ya! Not yellow damage. He's probably pretty resistant to fire if I had to guess. Also, I have a +0 weapon, but like, Just means I get to spend more time with my favorite space slug, the Elden Beast. Resist across the board. Really? I would have thought that he was at least more resistant to holy. You know, considering, as we all know, Elden Beast heals when you hit him with holy damage. $80 for holy. That's what I thought. Take the riposte right away, but that's fine. Hiya! Yippee! No, he healed when doing holy damage? No, that was something that got posted to Fextra Life and was still there like months after the game came out when it was easily verifiable that that was false. No torrent? Never torrent. Alright. But we can't just take the mend the Elden Ring. We gotta get Ronnie's ring. We gotta get the Ronnie ending. Can't roll the credits yet. We also can do DLC stuff. Surely it's in the DLC. Surely. Well, I mean, where else? I mean, I could see if I can just give her the Mending Rune of Death. Like, is it the Mending Rune of Death? I just have the thing that I got from the inverted tower. So I could just see if she'll take that. The Curse Mark of Death. That's it. You think you'll do more playthroughs or a one and done? Probably a one and done. I tend to be a one and done, unless I'm like gonna speedrun something, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever speedrun a mod before. But I tend to do, yeah, one playthrough and then, you know, speedruns or possible challenge runs. Oh. She eeps. She's eepy. We'll come back later. Some people in the French speedrun community are talking about setting up a speedrun challenge for Convergence. Okay. Could be cool. I have a sneaking suspicion that the speedrun meta would probably not be run around with a big bonk weapon. Who knows? But it feels like it required some very specific stuff to, like, get online. But I mean, I guess in a speedrun you could get that stuff, but who knows? I do like when the speedrun is just use a weapon, I like. Okay, I guess that is it for here. I still... Oh, I haven't gone to Consecrated Snowfield. That's what I haven't done in base game yet. So base game, we need to do Consecrated Snowfield, which will hopefully take us to Moog. And then from Moog, hopefully that'll take us to the DLC proper. So that way I won't have to take a teleporter to get to the DLC every time, because the map doesn't think I've been there. Look around for new content. I am also looking around for new content, yeah, in general. Would recommend checking out some more of Convergence magic. Some classes have some really cool spells. Oh, it's to get close to the... Oh, I also haven't done Underground. I haven't done Nokron yet. Right. There is more stuff I have not yet done. I think Consecrated first. I take the Teleporter and Rena or gotten Finger Slayer Blade. I have not gotten Finger Slayer Blade. Because I have not been to Nokron yet. It's late or else we would do Nokron now, yeah. Which I mean, we could start it now. But it is almost 5 a.m., so... No matter where we end up, we'll be probably only going for a bit longer. Oh, this looks at least a little new. Let me point you in a direction of more content. You know, if there's some, you can tell me if I've missed something in the areas I've already done. If it's in areas I haven't gone to yet, I can explore and find stuff. Anything you notice, new content that I've missed in Limgrave, that I don't have, like, the Graces in. Or Weeping. I did Castlemorn. If so, I would accept that as developer backseating. I will accept that for if there's anything it looks like I've missed in Limgrave or Weeping. Not much in Limgrave. Okay. Then... how's about Caelid? Map? There we go. I did Fort Feroth. I did the Blackblade Kindred back there. Haven't done the tower. That could be new. Did Radon, Redmane Castle. Have not done Wardead Catacombs. Haven't done much of the stuff. Oh, did do Celia. Spotted one in Caelid. Okay. Point me in a general compass direction. Is it northern Caelid, eastern Caelid, western Caelid, southern Caelid? South. Oh, something south. Okay. Try the catacombs. Ever got the teleporter? I mean, seeing as how you beat the game. Which teleporter? Yippee. Catacomb I was just entering is also a good one, a hidden path. Yeah, I figure so. It's just, that one I know. That one I was obviously going to do as my way to get to Consecrated. So, like, I'll remember that one. But if there's one in Caelid I'm missing, then I want to discover that while I'm thinking about it. Well, I've got you here, you know. Not that you have to stick around, but it's a little, you know. If I need, I can go warmer, colder. This is looking a little different. This... Oh, the lingering fire got him. Locked by some contraption. Somewhere a heavy door has not opened. Are mini dungeons changed? Some. Some are. Not all, I don't think. No? I mean... Oh, is this... This isn't... No, this wouldn't be one where you would normally go under the elevator. But what if it now is? Yeah. I will be over leveled for this, guys. But I am using a +0 weapon, so... Oh, wait, no, there was no elevator. And this... Hey. I mean, my defense will be too good, so I'll just, you know, win regardless and be unable to die, but... At least I hopefully won't two-shot them. You? Aha, that is definitely new. Have we done Capital Underground? The sewers. I have done Sewer Moog. I didn't do Escar because I didn't really want to if it's not changed. Frick that little catacomb, frick Escar. It definitely kind of is a drop down, but probably not the intended path. And probably, I don't know if you can get back up from there. On the shackles or gone to patches, they could be vanilla, I guess. I didn't go to patches yet. I was considering it, but... Rancor Touch. It's a hand-to-hand with rancorous summoning. Frost buildup, holy damage. I mean, I gotta try that out at least. Yep, there's kind of only one hand-to-hand move set. Oh, rattle 'em, boys. And does that leave me with an effect? While number of spirits breathed in Ghost Flame from below that fly towards foes. While active, strong attacks are enhanced by Ghost Flame. Oh. Oh. So then if you do a charge attack... Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. I'm not headless anymore, I know. I found my head. Oh, okay. Oh, this is so very new. You wish to duplicate the weapons? Oh, it's another duplicatey. If I want to power slop. Have a lantern or torch? I can lantern. It looks sick. Die. It was made by you. Oh, let's go. Wondering when I'll get back up, because I definitely just went one direction and was hoping it was the wrong way so that I could go, you know, the wrong way first, but I'm pretty sure this has been the right way. So now I'm wondering when I'll loop back around and get a chance to explore the wrong way. Mausoleum set. Hey, finally. Somewhere, a heavy door has opened. So you made the somewhere a heavy door has opened a flashing text instead of you have to close this text box text? That's a good change. That's a good change. So it doesn't eat your inputs. Exactly. I hated the eating inputs. Okay, I guess I can kill the boss first, but then there was still an area I don't think I explored. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have even buffed since I'm going to be OP anyway. Yeah, even with a +0 weapon, Cemetery Shade do not stand a chance. Bonk. Did you download the mod now or wait a bit? considering it's like 1 day till the full release, I'd probably say at this point, just wait a day. If you'd asked a few days ago, I'd be like, nah, it's basically the full thing. You're fine, probably. But since it's like 1 day away, that's probably worth the wait. See, because I haven't done this yet. Who were you with that archer right before the collapsing floor, by the way? I would say yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I was fooled per se as like, I'm so sure this isn't, but I wasn't expecting it. I would say you got me. This sword just does good damage on just its R1s. The weapon art is nice that it's got the range if I need it, but just the R1s are shredding. So it does change everything like story, etc. Not... I mean, kind of. Like, it introduces new... You know, new enemies, new... bosses. So in that way, the story is different because, you know, the things that you are trying to fight and kill are different things. And there is new story to the new things, but the overall story is the same. A lot of the NPCs are the same. The quests, a lot of them are the same. There's like new stuff, but not necessarily like the old stuff is gone or anything. So there's some new, but I would say it's more new content, I feel like, than new story. I think. Haha. Alright. I guess that will then pretty much do it. I mean, unless I can go kill that archer. Any plans on the gang playing Mecha Chameleon? Look, you didn't hear it from me. But there could be plans in the work. You didn't hear it from me. But there could be plans in the work. Just hate the moveset R1. I mean, usually I do. I don't... But I feel like it's maybe been sped up slightly or something. Because it's feeling good. Or maybe it's given the normal weapon... I don't remember what it's called. The thing that is how much stagger it does on enemies. Because I feel like normally greatswords, like, you hit them and they go... And, you know, enemies are like, ugh! And you, like, definitely get a follow-up. And then this moveset, it was like, I feel like you didn't always get that. But I feel like I'm always getting the follow-up. So I feel like either it's been sped up slightly or the... stagger, whatever it's called, weapon damage number or something. Aha! You can just jump around it. Has been upped. Or something like that. There's only, oh, you all aren't playing it? Yeah, never. We would never. But there is nothing here. Okay. I'm kind of surprised there's nothing here. I thought there would be a little tiny secret behind the skeleton for your troubles of coming back. But okay, neat. Okay, with that, I think we should probably get to bed. It is officially now past 5 a.m. This is a good time to stop. And next time, we'll come back and head into the consecrated snowfield. Or patches. Oh, not Forbidden Lands. Should be normal greatsword R1 kind of thing, even in vanilla. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I just Maybe I don't remember why I didn't like this R1 moveset then, but it's working out very well for this weapon, but I swear normally I don't like this moveset, but I'm liking it here, so I don't know. Maybe my tastes have changed. Alright. Let's quit out to get that nice menu music as we find someone to raid here. Huh. Let's raid. Oh. Let's raid Zoodle, who is also playing the Convergence 3.0 first playthrough. I think he might be near the very end, I'm not sure, so I might have to not stick around for potential spoilers, but we'll see. Oh, apparently he might be doing Convergence deathless runs. Oh, but right now he's just talking, so we can raid in and say hi as he starts up. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. I will see you all later. Have a good night, everyone. Also forgot to pause my timer. Bye-bye! According to history experts, it's allegedly more realistic. It is, yeah. The swinging around instead of stopping at them leaves you in a better spot to guard your enemy's attack. It's basically always attack and bring back. Attack and bring back to a defensive position. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good one. Bye-bye!